Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Very good morning, honourable members. I wish to also greet the Honourable Minister, our Deputy Minister, our DDGs, representatives of our department. I want to start the meeting because it is 9 o'clock exactly. However, Mvaba, I'm not sure whether we've got the requisite number of members present as yet. Can you just check for me if we've got a quorum, please?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Morning to honorable members, colleagues, and
Mbaba, have we lost you?
Chair.
Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I was saying, Chair, we can proceed with the meeting. We've got the quorum, Chair. We've got about 6 members, which qualifies to be a right quorum for us to start the meeting.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mdumizweni. Again, good morning, honourable members. I wish to again greet our Minister, our Deputy Minister, our DG, our DDGs, our support staff, staff of the department, the National Shelter Movement, observers, guests, and South Africans watching at home. You are all welcome to this meeting this morning. It's a very important meeting. In front of us is the agenda for this morning. We've got the opening, welcome, and tabling of the agenda and apologies. We will then be receiving a briefing from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on plans and programs to fight gender-based violence and femicide, and the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. We will have a presentation by the National Shelter Movement. We would have had a presentation this morning by Ms. Lisa Vetten, who is a GBV expert. Unfortunately, she has been roped into the Mbenenge court case, and she will be providing documents and evidence. So she's no longer available for this morning's meeting, but we will be engaging with her when we engage stakeholders ahead of our workshop on the 27th. We will then deal with other committee business, adoption of the minutes and reports, and closure. So that is the agenda for this morning. Please, can I take hands to adopt our agenda, and a seconder, please? Honourable members? Yeah, Honourable Shabango.
Okay.
It's your platform, Honourable member.
Yes, Comrade.
Yes, please proceed.
Thanks, Comrade Chair. Is it me or someone else?
No, please proceed, Honourable Shabango, and then Honourable Pulwani will come after you to second.
Okay, I propose the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Pulwani.
Yes, morning, Chair, the Minister, Deputy Minister, and all honourable members, and all our officials. I second the adoption of the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, can we then ask Mvaba, please, to deal with the apologies for us?
Thank you, Chairperson. The only apology, Chair, that we have received is that came from Honourable Spees. She indicated that she will join the meeting for just a few minutes, or in fact, for the start, and then she will leave due to the crisis she's facing, in fact, emergency she's facing. So far, that is the only apology that we have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also received an apology from the from one Honorable Adams. Yes, in fact, it was Honorable Adams. She's currently on a flight, so she will join us as soon as she lands. And I think also there's an apology from Honorable Peterson. She had a procedure done at hospital. So I think those are the only apologies. Can I maybe ask the DG to introduce her delegation? Although Honorable Peterson is logged in, my apologies.
Chair, I'm not sure. I think the minister has joined. Let me see, because the minister would then have to say something before I say something.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure whether you want me to make my remarks now or to introduce the delegation that we have from the department.
I think for now, if we can just take the delegation, Honourable Minister, and then I will do an introduction and hand back to you, if that is okay.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chairperson, honourable members, Deputy Minister, DG officials, guests, fellow South Africans. Indeed, from the department, you have myself as Minister attending. The Deputy Minister also, she's attending, as she has indicated. She has another commitment, but she will be attending and leave before the end of the meeting. And then, of course, the DG, I request that she then introduce the team from the department. The DG is here as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Minister. From the department, I'm joined by DDG Shoki, Miss Esther Maluleke, Bongi Mapalweni, who is my PA. Yeah, I think and there's Tandi Wempondo, the minister's PLO, and Esbusiso Koza, who's the DM's PLO. Yeah, this is the team from the department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG, and welcome to our entire department. And we look forward to engaging with you this morning. Honourable members, our portfolio committee has identified gender-based violence and femicide as one of the key focus areas for us for the 7th administration. And of course, it goes without saying that gender-based violence has got a devastating effect on the lives of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. To this end, our portfolio committee has requested the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities to brief us this morning with regards to the progress made by government in terms of implementing the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, as well as its own plans and programs that it has in place to fight gender-based violence and femicide. Members will recall that we received some of these presentations at the beginning of February, but on the day we had quite a large number of presentations to deal with, and we decided that we would call the department back to engage with them, engage with them on the presentation so that we can do justice to those presentations. We will also recall that it was on September 2019 when President Ramaphosa called an extraordinary special sitting of the National Assembly to deal with gender-based violence and femicide. And in 2020, the NSP was launched. But judging from the debate that we had in the National Assembly on Friday, honourable members, I think that all of us acknowledge that much more must be done in the fight against gender-based violence. Then with regards to Pillar 4, response, care, support and healing, we will also be receiving a presentation from the National Shelter Movement. You will recall that we couldn't take this presentation in April. And then I just wanted to also make the point, Honourable Minister, DM and DG, we regard today's interaction as an important one. Yet again, we received the presentations very late. They came on Saturday and some of them came on Sunday, and this really hampers this portfolio committee's ability to do oversight and to prepare themselves for these meetings. So I would like to just appeal again that we, in future, that we receive those documents in time. But that having been said, I want to hand over to you, Minister, to make your opening remarks and then to lead your team through the presentations. We have started a little bit earlier this morning so that we give you ample time to take us through all the presentations this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister of the Department, Ms. Steve Litsike, DG, officials, our guests, fellow South Africans. Chairperson, on behalf of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, I do wish to express our appreciation for the opportunity to present to the Portfolio Committee our department's plans and programs in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, as well as the current progress in implementing our National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. We do apologize if the presentation was delivered late or reached members late. We apologize for that. We'll ensure that it doesn't happen again. The scale of gender-based violence and femicide against women and girls remains staggering. It is therefore absolutely crucial that we as public servants appointed or elected take every opportunity to reflect on the past, ongoing, and intersectional ways through which violence against women is reproduced at systemic, structural, household, and individual levels, both online and offline. Despite decades of commendable advocacy, activism, policy commitments, and actions by both state and non-state actors, the available evidence shows that progress in preventing intimate partner violence and related forms of gender-based violence and femicide has not yielded the most required results. What is immediate apparent to us is that government alone cannot win the war on gender-based violence and femicide. It requires all of us. There are no perfect solutions. However, our National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence provides us with a solid foundation and an important baseline to work from. Our National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is built, Chairperson, around 6 key pillars designed to provide a comprehensive framework to address the country's gender-based violence and femicide crisis. Pillar 1, as you will know, Chairperson, is about accountability, coordination, and leadership. This first pillar focuses on ensuring accountability at the highest political levels and across society through firm leadership and a responsive, coordinated, and adequately resourced architecture to address gender-based violence. It prioritizes strengthening accountability mechanisms, bolstering leadership, and building functional coordination structures that emphasize trust building and relationship development among stakeholders. This is where the work of the Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide will be instrumental, and of course the role our department is also located at this pillar. Pillar 2, Chair, is about prevention and rebuilding social cohesion. The second pillar of the NSP aims to turn the tide of gender-based violence by eliminating social acceptance of all forms of violence through comprehensive, context-specific, and holistic prevention approaches. It takes a multi-level ecological approach targeting individuals, relationships, communities, and society as a whole to transform harmful social and structural norms while reshaping values that build positive social cohesion and restore human dignity. Our priority actions under this pillar include developing a comprehensive national prevention strategy, changing behavior and social norms in key target groups, shifting away from toxic masculinities, programs to prevent violence against children, addressing collective trauma, and making public spaces safe for women and children. Pillar 3, Chair, is about justice, safety, and protection. And this pillar, the pillar addresses the systemic challenges that have resulted in inadequate responses to gender-based violence cases across our criminal justice system. The aim of this pillar is to facilitate access to justice, safety, and protection for victims using existing legislations and policies while addressing infrastructure and resourcing challenges that have obstructed optimal delivery of justice to survivors. Pillar 4 is about response, care, support, and healing. In fact, our priority actions under Pillar 3, they include improving access to survivor support services through victim-centric criminal justice services, strengthening capacity to address impunity, expediting gender-based violence and femicide cases, clearing case backlogs, improving forensic capacity, amending legislation related to gender-based violence and femicide where necessary, and ensuring proper training for all criminal justice system personnel dealing with gender-based violence and femicide matters. Then Pillar 4 is about response, care, support, and healing. Under Pillar 4 of our NSP, the aim is to ensure that every survivor has access to appropriate and sensitive support services that facilitate immediate containment, medium to long-term healing, and agency to reclaim their lives. It focuses on work that must be done to strengthen and overhaul existing services and systems while building community and institutional capacity to support survivors. Pillar 5 is about economic power. Here we are focusing on transforming the structural foundations of gender-based violence by reshaping economic and social relations in order to enable women and LGBTQIA+ persons to freely participate in the economy. It recognizes that economic power dynamics have adverse impacts on women and addresses the economic dimensions on gender-based violence and femicide, including economic abuse. In this case, our priority actions that we have recommended are to accelerate initiatives that address women's unequal economic positions through access to procurement, employment, and financial resources, creating safe workplaces free of violence, demonstrating policy commitment to eliminate economic drivers of gender-based violence, and strengthening child maintenance systems to address women's economic vulnerability. And the last pillar, which is Pillar 6, which is about research and information management system. Here we aim to ensure that strategic multidisciplinary research and integrated information systems shape and strengthen response to gender-based violence in South Africa. It focuses on expanding and deepening the existing knowledge base while improving data systems to support effective implementation. Chairperson, in accordance with Pillar 6, I now wish to turn our attention to a program of action we are assembling out of the recommendations of the South African National Gender-Based Violence Prevalence Study, a baseline survey on victimization and perpetration that was conducted by the Human Science Research Council and was handed over to us in 2024. The report makes a set of recommendations which we have since adopted and translated into priorities and programs in our strategic plan and annual performance plans. In the interest of time, I now wish just to briefly highlight programs that we have developed out of the Human Science Research Council recommendations to be implemented at an individual, community, and societal levels. Program 1 is about mental health support and awareness campaigns. Here, working with the Department of Health and related stakeholders, we will be reviewing and strengthening mental health services, particularly for survivors. Given the links between mental health, substance abuse, and gender-based violence perpetration, the study has recommended that we integrate health services offering mental health support, substance abuse treatment, and gender-based violence and femicide screening. We will be advocating for the integration of sexual and reproductive health and rights services with gender-based violence services to strengthen early detection of gender-based violence and femicide cases and the implementation of risk reduction interventions aimed at capping associated risk sexual behaviors, STIs, and substance abuse. Working with the Department of Social Development, we will be focusing on child protection and family support on early detection of childhood exposure to violence, providing family support programs, and addressing intergenerational trauma. Program 2, emanating from the study, is about school-based programs promoting healthy relationships and gender equality. In this regard, we will be advancing gender equality education, promoting healthy relationships, and conducting community education workshops through educational and community-based interventions. We will also focus on training for teachers on identifying and addressing bullying and other forms of violence within the school environment. We will implement this alongside our sister department, basic and higher education. And I must indicate that we have had some discussion with the Minister of Basic Education. Program 3, we will be implementing programs that seriously engage men and boys as allies in preventing gender-based violence and femicide. This will be focusing on topics like consent, respectful communication, and challenging gender-based violence, gender-based power imbalances. Program 4 will be about partnership with traditional and religious leadership. We have, Chairperson, begun mobilizing both religious and traditional leaders in order to leverage their reach and influence on our communities. Our religious and traditional leaders have direct influence over community norms and practices, often mediate family and community disputes, and can model alternative pathways for embracing equitable gender relations while still maintaining respect for cultural identity and social cohesion. We will be supporting COCTA's efforts. In fact, we are doing it through the recently launched Queen's Forum. We also attended that and addressed this forum, an initiative that will leverage the work of our queens in advancing gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls, and anti-gender-based violence and femicide efforts. We have also met the religious leadership through the South African Council of Churches. We will be meeting with them again so that we can then finalize our relationship with them on the matters related to gender-based violence and femicide and others that are being social ills in our communities. Our work at a societal levels will include enhancing coordination of information and referrals among police, justice, social, and health services to provide comprehensive support to gender-based violence victims, survivors, child witnesses, survivors with disabilities, families and link perpetrators to appropriate interventions to address gender-based violence and femicide. Chairperson, also, the committee is aware that the President signed into law the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, a landmark move that will drive strategic leadership, enforce accountability, and ensure justice for victims. Work is underway to get the structure operational. We do welcome the President's State of the Nation address commitments to ensure that the Council is fully functional and properly resourced, the President said. I've since written to the Minister of Finance in this regard. Noting the link between gender-based violence and femicide and alcohol and substance abuse as social ills that require a multifaceted approach, the President has since appointed an interministerial committee on gender-based violence and femicide and combating alcohol and substance abuse. This interministerial committee will be chaired by the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, together with the Minister of Social Development. The IMC will be responsible for ensuring necessary cooperation on the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Will be responsible for coordinating and preparing on behalf of government national positions on policy issues to be considered by the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. It will be responsible for supporting and guiding the Central Drug Authority to coordinate the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan and facilitating the development and implementation of interventions aimed at protecting citizens against the abuse of alcohol and drugs. The draft terms of reference are in place and work will therefore now begin. I just want also to brief the committee on the 100-day challenge that we launched, and the department will give details of that. The committee will receive a presentation on this 100-day challenge that has been launched as part of the broader End Gender-Based Violence and Femicide movement structured initiatives aimed at accelerating the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. The 100-day challenge involves multi-sectoral teams in various districts focusing on achieving specific goals within 100 days. There are already achievements that have been made in other provinces, and I think the department will cover that during our presentation, and therefore that is why we supported and launched it as a department. The challenge brings together frontline teams and stakeholders such as municipalities, courts, TVET colleges, civil society, and private organizations to reinforce multi-sectoral approaches to ending gender-based violence and femicide. More recently, we have also taken our fight against gender-based violence and femicide to the multilateral stage. This includes our work at the Commission on the Status of Women, BRICS Women, and of course the ongoing G20 Working Group on the Empowerment of Women. One of our 3 priorities is gender-based violence and femicide. Chairperson, I just want to say something on the issue of our presentation at the BRICS meeting of ministers responsible for women affairs. As South Africa, we shone the spotlight on online manifestations of gender-based violence and femicide. Gender-based violence is an idea before it is actualized, and digital space requires our attention. While these digital spaces offer women opportunities to learn, mobilize, and connect, they also come with risks. Our department's program will pay, and it is paying particular attention to online gender-based violence and misogyny that has taken many forms, with cyber stalking being one of the most pervasive threats. Perpetrators are using social media platforms, messaging apps, and location tracking to monitor victims' activities, sending threatening messages, and creating a persistent sense of fear. A second common form of online gender-based violence is non-consensual sharing of intimate images, where private photos, videos, or conversations are often distributed without permission as a form of revenge or humiliation, causing lasting psychological trauma and potential damaging victims' personally and professional reputations. We will also pay attention to what appears to be coordinated harassment campaigns where groups target women with waves of abuse across multiple platforms simultaneously. This involves gendered disinformation and defamation, where false narratives about women are deliberately created and spread, often sexualizing or questioning their professional competence, with AI-generated deepfakes becoming an increasingly dangerous tool for fabricating realistic but entirely false content. We have noticed that these forms of online violence are interconnected and often escalate from seemingly minor incidents to serious threats against women's safety, privacy, and freedom of expression. The psychological impacts mirror those of physical abuse. Chairperson, at this moment, allow me to invite the DG to make the presentation on what we prepared for the Portfolio Committee and South Africans. And we thank you very much for the opportunity. I hand over to you, Sir Chairperson, and the DG will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your opening remarks. We will now hand over to the DG.
Good morning, Chairperson and all the honourable members in the meeting. I will not make any remarks because Minister has already made the remarks. I have few people, I've introduced them earlier on, but there are others who since joined who will also be making the presentations. But I'll start with DDG Shoki, who will then do the initial presentation, and I'll request others as soon as she finishes so that they can present, so that we can give you a broader picture. I will come in later if there are things that they have missed or when questions and answers are made, then I will come in then. I will request DDG Shoki to flight the presentation. Thank you very much.
DG, can I check whether I'm audible and also request Secretariat to assist me? There's connectivity issues where I am, but am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, we have arranged that Madam Esther will take us through the presentation. But Chairperson, just to indicate, good morning, firstly, Chairperson and members, Minister and Deputy Minister, the Director General, including my colleagues. The presentation is covering just key aspects that relate to the NSP overview. We will then demonstrate at a very high level the issues that ought to be lifted from the pillars as alluded to by the Minister. We won't go into much detail. We will talk to some of our key achievements in the department and the gaps and areas of development, but we will demonstrate the work that we are doing in terms of assessments in government departments, including municipalities. We will then talk to some of our concluding remarks and what we are proposing, but that will give us a sense. Madam, to the portfolio committee colleagues, can you assist us in flighting? If Madam Esther is not talking to it, I will step in quickly. Okay, just let's have it on slide mode. There's a bit of noise in the background where I am, and I do apologize in advance. Okay. Is it on slide mode?
No.
Okay. Let me start. This is a presentation on the plans and the programs to fight gender-based violence and femicide, as well as the implementation of the NSP on GBVF. Next slide. This is this slide talks to the NSP on GBVF overview. If you look at pillar 1, I'm just struggling because it doesn't look like it's on slide mode. On my side, it looks so small. Okay, what we want to emphasize here on this pillar is the whole issue of accountability and the responsiveness that we ought to display when we deal with gender-based violence, but also bringing forward the issues. That looks better. It elevates issues of accountability, the responsiveness that we ought to display when we respond to GBVF, but also emphasizing that prevention is a priority. We ought to redirect our resources to prevention more than we doing in terms of being reactive, and making sure that our responses are victim-centered. They are also elevating that accountability level at all levels with government institutions, including municipalities, including civil society organizations, even though we are battling with civil society organization in terms of reporting, but it simply emphasizes that Chairperson, am I audible?
You are.
Okay. It
Sophie,
puts an,
it seems as if you have problems. Why don't you hand over to Esther?
may I hand over to Esther then to assist me in this regard? Thanks,
Yeah.
DG.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, and Minister, and colleagues, all colleagues that are on the platform. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Let me just proceed with where DDG Shoki left. I think she's spoken very well about the importance of centering accountability, responsiveness, and prevention. And the strategy actually urges us to really invest in prevention because we want to stop violence before it happens. So I think Minister went extensively to talk about the pillars, and I'm not going to touch on that at all because Minister did a very good job with that. Can I have the next slide? What I'm doing now in a few slides is really to first give context in a nutshell, but immediately I finish with the context, I'm going to move specifically to the work that the department is doing on gender-based violence, both at national and provincial as well as municipalities. Before I talk about progress we are making in implementation of the National Strategic Plan from a multi-sectoral perspective. So this slide, Minister spoke about the HSRC study, Prevalence study, the first of its kind that we're very happy about because now it gives us a baseline in terms of the extent of the problem in as far as gender-based violence is concerned. And as you can see on the slide, the study found that 1 in 3 women, which is 7.3 million women in South Africa, have experienced physical violence in their lives. And 9.8, which is basically 10%, when you round it up, which is 2 million women have been victims of sexual violence. And 23.9%, which is about 1 in 4 women, 3.4 million have experienced physical violence or sexual violence by an intimate partner, whereas 21%, and I'm rounding up, which is over 1 in 5 men, reported having victimized their partner physically or sexually. About 1 in 4 women, again, I'm rounding up, 25%, which is 5.4 million, women have experienced physical violence by a non-partner, whereas 5.9 or even 6% have been violated sexually by a non-partner. But when it comes to economic abuse, the study tells us this is very rife with 13.1%, which is over 1 in 10 women have experienced it, and 14.8 men reporting perpetrating economic abuse. These are men who withhold earnings, prohibit women from working, throw women out of the house and take women's earnings. And that is why we have deliberately factored in Pillar 5, which is economic power, to actually address this in the National Strategic Plan. Overall, 1 in 4, which is 25% of women partnered women experience emotional abuse, such as insults by a partner, intimidation, belittling, humiliation in front of people, damaging of things, and verbal threats. About 1/3 of the men reported having perpetrated emotional abuse. Next slide. The prevalence study indicates that the most common type of gender-based violence by a partner encountered by women aged 18 and above is physical violence. As you can see, the victimization is highest for young women aged 18 to 24 years of age, which is 25%, Black African women at 24.1%, employed women at 24.6%, women who are cohabiting at 29.4%. You can see in the slide that actually this is the highest of all. Women living in urban areas is 27.7%, rural tribal areas 21.5%, and farms at 20.5%. And a higher proportion of ever partnered women with a disability, which is 29.3%, almost equal to those that are cohabiting, compared to those with no disability, which is at 21.7%, have actually experienced lifetime physical violence. The prevalence of sexual violence from a partner was twice as high at 14.6% in comparison to 7.2%. Next slide. So against this background, and that was really a summary just to paint a picture in terms of the extent of the problem. This slide, we sought to, right at the beginning, show how the department is coordinating the work that it's doing. Because we are mainly responsible for Pillar 1 and how we are trying to enforce accountability and ensure that the National Strategic Plan is resourced and implemented. This is the recent way that we are trying to coordinate the work that we are doing. Broadly on the National Strategic Plan, but specifically, we've been requested by the JCPS cluster ministers to actually produce a 90-day plan of high-level activities that we're going to really use to turn the tide around gender-based violence. And Didi Shoki later can elaborate on this. But what is happening is we now have working through net joints, and net joints has established what is called a priority committee. The priority committee has got work streams that are established, which are 7 work streams, but these work streams are very much aligned to the 6 pillars of the National Strategic Plan. And at the bottom, you can see it's work stream 1, which deals with prevention and social cohesion. Work stream 2, which is response, care, and support. Work stream 3, it's legal and regulatory. Work stream 4 is statistics and systems. Work stream 5 is funding, it's a typo, sorry, and costing. Work stream 6 is stakeholder management and communication. And work stream 7, it's monitoring and evaluation. And we are co-convening these work streams. DDG Shoki does that with her counterpart at Department of Social Development. How we link then with provinces is through the provincial net joint, but we also have, which is the platform that we've always used to coordinate multi-sectorally the implementation of the NSP, which is the NGBV collective, and some members are here to actually talk about the 100-day challenge. And these then reports, we all then report to the JCPS cluster of ministers. And there's also a revitalization of the Interministerial Committee on Gender-Based Violence. But our ministers, Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and Minister of Social Development, have agreed, because of the interlinkages of substance abuse, alcohol and substance abuse, they've agreed to actually match the 2 IMCs so that we can deal with both social ills at the same time. And we believe that the way we are structured will both strengthen political accountability as well as intergovernmental relations and collaboration. Next slide. Next slide, please. Again, talking about multi-sectoral collaboration. This slide just shows roles and responsibilities of different partners in the value chain. Political leadership, which is basically political will, commitment, and decision-making. That's the role that our political principles should be playing, but also enforcing accountability and oversight, for instance, in the case of the Portfolio Committee. Government agencies and independent bodies. This will touch on, for an example, Chapter 9 institution. Their role is not only to resource implementation of the NSP across government tiers, they also, through their own mandates, need to ensure that implementation of the NSP is aligned, as well as integrating monitoring and evaluation systems within the existing strategic frameworks. Civil society organization, their role is to promote the implementation of the National Strategic Plan, ensure implementation is aligned again to the NSP priorities. They also have a huge role of advocating for addressing gender-based violence issues and provide strategic information because they are on the ground providing services. So we need that feedback loop to actually know what is happening on the ground, apart from the fact that we also are responsible for going to communities and constituencies so that we understand what is happening. Sorry, this thing is distracting me. The messages, sorry. And they also need to ensure that affected communities are involved in programming. Development partners, again, is about resourcing of the NSP, but they also provide technical support to government departments and sometimes to civil society and others. They're also responsible for advocating and providing advice and aligning investment with national GBV priorities, especially the NSP. Whatever they are funding, they need to make sure that is aligned to our own strategy. The private sector, again, is about resourcing of the NSP, but creating partnerships with government to implement the NSP and ensuring that they also work on sexual harassment issues in the world of work, broadening it to any GBV incident that happens. And we have ratified the C190, and this is a way of actually trying also to domesticate the C190. Next slide. Now, next slide. What I'm going to focus on now moving forward is to actually talk about the mandate of the department. I'm moving now to the work that the department is doing both at national and local level. We are mandated to, sorry, the slides are jumping. Yes, we are mandated to lead the socio-economic transformation and empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities through mainstreaming advocacy, monitoring, and evaluation. From the 63 million South African population, we have a responsibility to 52% of women, 33% of which are young people, and 6% are persons with disabilities. So these are main constituencies as a department that we are serving. And our mission is to provide strategic leadership, to advocate, and to coordinate government departments and the country on mainstreaming the socio-economic empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disability. And our vision is a transformed and inclusive society free from all forms of discrimination and capable of self-actualization. Next slide. Now, our role, we've actually depicted this in this manner, that we are the convening engine and being located in the center of government, which is the presidency. And really our dream is to establish a center of excellence. We are far from that, but really that is the aim in terms of really dealing with issues of gender-based violence. And again, coming back to the NSP, our responsibility is weaving accountability, responsiveness, and prevention, and leading the national response to gender-based violence. Next slide. This is the work that we've been seized with in terms of implementing the NSP. And this is just work done by the Department of Women. When you look at the left on, it's left on from my side, it's what we have been doing since 2020, once the NSP was launched by the president. We have been really working tirelessly to institutionalize the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence in government. In my previous interventions with the Portfolio Committee, I've always insisted that we have not had for the longest of time systems that assist us really to structurally respond to gender-based violence in an effective manner. So the idea of institutionalizing the NSP is really to make sure that it's integrated in the government planning and resourcing cycle of government, so that programs of the NSP don't run parallel to other programs of government. That when departments plan, they also can take the issues of gender-based violence into account, especially integrating the targets and indicators of the NSP. So that is what institutionalization means in this context. But beyond that planning, they also need to make sure that those targets and indicators are resourced. And we also have been really, since the beginning of the NSP, convening the NGBV collective as a platform where we all meet with key stakeholders, because we recognize that we will not succeed as government to implement the NSP alone. We need the whole of society and for civil society and the private sector to actually assist us. We developed the National Council on Gender-Based Violence, which is now an act, and currently we assist with developing regulations for the act. We also have to assist with appointment of, we also appointed gender-based violence technical monitors and data collectors at provincial level. And this was to close the gap because reporting and monitoring that we are doing, we don't have a footprint as a department at provincial and local level. So we work through offices of the Premier, and we actually have appointed these home bodies in the Premier's office to help us with first implementing the NSP at province and district and local level, but also to monitor and give us data in terms of what is happening at that level. Establishment and capacity building of rapid response teams, that's another layer of home bodies of individuals that we've actually put together at district level and local level to assist us to actually respond rapidly to cases that are reported in communities. So this is our way of localizing the National Strategic Plan. But these RRTs are constituted not only by government officials from various departments like health, social development, police, prosecuting authority, Premier's office. They also include civil society partners. So they are multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary, so that we avoid secondary victimization. If a case is reported in a particular community or location, whoever receives that case should be able to work together seamlessly with their counterparts, the team, to actually deal with that case, to avoid moving a survivor or a victim from pillar to post. Again, we are localizing, as I said, the NSP on GBV at province, district, and local municipality level. And we've developed the prevention strategy and M&E framework to assist us to be able to monitor performance. That was mainstreaming, but in terms of advocacy and behavior change, again, for Pillar 2, we're requested to lead, as I said, with development of the prevention strategy, but also the work that we do on Pillar 2 is 16 days of convening, 16 days of activism. We've launched the 365 days of activism and collaboration. We're collaborating with GCIS in this regard. Piloting evidence-informed prevention programs. That's what we are working on now, procuring services to try and ensure that these prevention, evidence-based prevention programs are implemented, for instance, at school level, at community level, that we start tackling these issues. We also have high-level dialogues as and when is necessary in various communities. We provide technical expertise in Indaba's community dialogues, as I said, matches engaging with traditional leaders. An example is the partnership that we have with the Royal House in KZN, where we organize matches annually, especially for men, to put a spotlight on involvement of men and boys. Lobbying in terms of preferential procurement, endorsement of GBV research, etc. An example is the HSRC, where we really provided a lot of support when they were doing this work. Driving communication and implementation through social media, as I said, dialogue, matches, NSP summary. We've printed the summary of the NSP in various 11 language, and we want to now include the 12th, which is for persons with disabilities. Monitoring and evaluation. We continuously consolidate and analyze and review NSP and GBV reports from national departments. And now we're moving slowly into provinces and local government, and I'll talk to that after this. We monitor the gender-based prevention, GBV prevention strategy. We have strategic engagements with presidency and DPME on implementation of the NSP time and again, because we need to coordinate. When we consolidate reports from departments, these reports are actually quality assured by DPME before they are sent to the president. We upload information on GBV website so that we keep South Africans involved through the NGBV collective. There's a website that was developed, and it's got a lot of information that we hope South Africans can, and it's accessible to South Africans if they want to know progress in terms of implementation of the NSP. We provide an enable environment for the GBV dashboard, and I think they're going to talk about this later, about the GBV. It's one of the outcomes of the work that is done through the NGBV collective Pillar 6. When it comes to coordination, as I said, we have convening power. We are the ones that are convening the NGBV collective to make sure that we monitor performance in terms of each pillar of the NSP. We also are convening the IMC. As I said, Minister is revitalizing the Interministerial Committee. So we will be on a quarterly basis, be convening meetings of the IMC. We're providing strategic leadership, as I said. We had 2 presidential summits on gender-based violence in 2018, if I'm not wrong, and then 2022. And we are building and maintaining relations to harness multi-sectoral commitments and resources. And we are supported by EU, for instance. The data collectors and monitors I spoke about, they are the ones that are providing the financial support for those home bodies. So after having given this long shopping list, The question is, so what? We are on average monitoring 32 national departments. When we started, only 10 were compliant, but now almost 80% and there's a slide that I will show in terms of compliance of national departments. We've produced a year one reflective report and GBV tagging because we are trying to monitor as well the amount of money or funds that are allocated by various departments to the NSP work. And so far, when we looked at the money that has been spent since 2020 to 2025, it's 57 billion that the departments have allocated. And I'm just talking about national departments, which translates to 58.7% expenditure. And I must say that this is inconsistent, and inconclusive, because this is the amounts and information that that includes only departments that are giving us that information. So not every department has given us the information around the budget as we request. So these amounts will keep on changing depending on who gives us information as we request on a quarterly basis. We've established 45 rapid response teams, as I said, and there's a narrative report that we've provided that gives details in terms of where these RRTs are located. I've spoken about placing personnel at provincial level. I'm not going to labor the point, and strengthen government-wide accountability. I've spoken about the campaign, 16 days, our collaboration with GCIS. I've spoken also about regular monitoring reports and compliance, ensuring also that the NSP reporting of progress it's a standing item on DG clusters so that DGs themselves are able to track performance of their own departments. Okay, I spoke about the dashboard, but you'll get details later at the later stage, and I've also spoken about net joints. But importantly, for coordination, we're not only coordinating the NGBV collective, there's also WECONA, which is the Women's Economic Assembly, that is coordinated through Pillar 5, and that was initially established through Pillar 5, as I said, with collaboration with civil society and the private sector. And WECONA is growing in leaps and bounds, and I hope there will be a presentation later in terms of the work that they've covered so far. We continue to build ownership of the national response. We're strengthening a whole society response is the message that we continuously convey wherever we are, that it's going to take all of us as society to fight, successfully fight the gender-based violence. We also convened the African Union Violence Against Women and Girls Positive Masculinity Conference, where there was a discussion to actually develop the convention on elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. And this has gone through AU, and they have approved this convention. And now we have a convention, and this was the initiative of the department. We worked also closely with the presidency to really get this convention through. And currently, as you know, we are working on the G20 GBV priority, which is among the priorities of G20. Next slide. Now, I'll quickly zoom into what we are finding when we monitor national departments. And I must say, this is ongoing work. It's in our APP every financial year because we have to keep on monitoring the strategy. So it's work that never ends, that the department is really mandated to do. We've just selected a few departments. This list is not exhaustive, just to give you an idea of what we are finding when we monitor. And when I say monitor, I'm talking about the APPs and their strategies, as well as the reports that they produce and send to us, which we consolidate and send to the president. If you look at the top part, it's about reporting compliance. And when you look at the National School of Governance, actually on this slide, it's all these departments that are highlighted with Department of Traditional Affairs, Department of Cooperative Governance. Their compliance is at 100%. And in as far as capacity building and training is concerned, we find that National School of Governance, for instance, has rolled out training on gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation framework, and trains a diversity of management, and they are also really mainstreaming gender-based violence through a course that they are facilitating for officials. It's just a one-week course, which is introductory, and they continue to do advocacy work regarding the courses that are available that they are using. But when you look at financial support and preferential procurement interventions, we find that they are not fully, the targets not fully mainstreamed in the annual performance plan of the National School of Governance. Most of the work that the NSG does in partnership with higher education institutions. As a result, it is a challenge to have institutions of high learning that will help the department achieve the 40% women, 30% youth, and 7% with persons with disability representation. And in terms of corrective measures, these are some of the proposals that we've given them to improve reporting on budget and expenditure, as well as consistency in provision of disaggregated data on public servants capacitated on gender-based violence and related topics. You move to Department of Traditional Affairs, as I said, the compliance at 100%. In other words, they report on a regular basis. They monitor implementation of GBV intervention in 5 provinces. No, in 8, I think. That's the information they're giving us. They build capacity and conduct GBV education in order to reduce gender-based violence, working with traditional leaders, and also focusing on customer initiation. In 2024-25, for an example, their APP does not have any clear preferential procurement targets, because this is what also we are strongly advocating for, as I said earlier on. There is a target on achieving 86% implementation of actions in the approved corporate and financial management compliance plan. It is indicated that disaggregation will be as per targets in the preferential procurement policy framework. And we've actually proposed that they improve reporting on prevention efforts in relation to traditional leaders, because for us, if really, as I said, we prevent gender-based violence, and for us to do that successfully, we really need to work with traditional leaders, especially when you think about communities in rural areas. And the whole issue of, reducing or getting rid of harmful gender norms and traditional practices. When you move to cooperative governance, again, compliance, as in 2024-25, it's at 100%. They have established the National Strategic Hub, and an integrated data platform to support evidence-based reporting and planning. So it has at the forefront of capacitating and supporting municipalities in the rollout of the 100-day challenge. And you will see when they present the 100-day challenge, how far we've come with COGTA to really bring them on board to do work on GBV. And without them, we will not succeed in localizing and fighting gender-based violence at community level. The 2024 annual performance plan has clear targets of procurement spent on entities owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And the recommendation we made to them was that they need to report on this preferential procurement efforts, showing disaggregation by sex, age, and distance. So, Chair, the slides, I just gave an example of 3 national departments. These slides are very detailed, and I've got about 4 of them, and I'm not sure in terms of time whether I should proceed with the rest or maybe move to now looking at the proposals we made when we assessed local government. Next slide. I stand to be guided.
I think let's move to the proposals because
Okay.
we do have the presentations. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So just on this slide, we're just showing departments that are reporting it, they're standing at 75%, and sports, arts and culture is 25% compliance. We've requested them to improve reporting, Department of Health, improve reporting on budget and expenditure, as well as consistency in provision of disaggregated data on public servants capacitated on sexual offenses, teen and child teenage pregnancies and deliveries. For arts and culture, we've recommended that they improve reporting on prevention efforts in relation to sports, arts and culture. And these are just among those many other recommendations that we've made. And Department of Transport, we've recommended that they play a central role in Pillar 2 and 5, but this is not articulated in progress reports, and the department has to improve in terms of reporting compliance. Next slide. With regard to Department of Basic Education, the recommendation, which is a corrective measure, is to report on preferential procurement efforts showing disaggregation by sex, age, disability, as well as currently reporting on grant funding mechanisms. For Department of Higher Education, we've recommended improvement in terms of reporting on Pillar 5, specifically initiatives towards youth, economic empowerment, and public preferential procurement. And for GCIS, we've recommended that they focus on leading role and less on supporting role on cross-cutting government-wide indicators, improve reporting on preferential procurement targets and employment equity. Next slide. Next slide. For Department of Small Business, we've recommended as a corrective measure that they report on preferential procurement efforts showing disaggregation by sex, age, and disability as currently reporting on grant funding mechanism. They're only reporting on grant funding mechanism. For Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, we've recommended that they improve quality of reporting to allow for a consolidated picture of efforts. For an example, more information on grant funding and preferential procurement and mainstreaming persons with disabilities. For Department of Tourism, we've recommended that they give us data disaggregated information for preferential spend and youth and persons with disability enterprises. Next slide. Now, we have, apart from just monitoring departments, we are on a monthly basis where we produce quarterly reports, monitoring whether municipalities have integrated the NSP target into the IDPs, which is integrated development plans and district development model and 1 plans of districts. And these are just some of the findings we have gathered from those that we have assessed. We find that all reviewed municipality plans lacked explicit reference to national and international legislation and policy frameworks relating to the rights and empowerment of women and youth and persons with disabilities. And the recommendations we made is that municipalities must explicitly reference relevant legislation and framework in the IDPs and DDM and 1 plans. This will help ensure that their development plans integrate the empowerment and protection of vulnerable population as part of mainstreaming service delivery. The other finding is that although municipalities have budgeted for basic safety relations services such as street lighting, safe recreational spaces, and maintenance of public areas, these services are not contextualized within the broader framework of crime and gender-based violence. So the recommendation we've made is that they should make this explicit, link the provision of basic safety services to gender-based violence prevention objectives, so that they can enhance their understanding of their role, creating safe environments and encouraging planning that are prioritized. Next slide, especially in hotspots. Next slide. We also found when we assessed the municipalities' planning that while they have demographic data disaggregated by gender, age, and disability status, this data is not being used to inform planned interventions. And we've actually urged them to utilize this information because it's critical to inform design, targeting, and monitoring of services. And then the police and provincial departments of community safety have identified specific hotspots. However, these are largely absent from municipal planning documents. And the recommendation we made is that municipalities must recognize and respond to gender-based violence hotspots in their jurisdiction by incorporated targeted interventions in the IDPs, DDM ones. And we actually don't just assess, we both give them feedback, but also we try and help them technically on how they can actually do that if they are stuck. And we are urging them to shift away from just one-off awareness events to sustained structures GBV programs. And I made reference earlier on that we have existing programs on prevention, for instance. We need to begin to roll out those so that we are able to assess and to see what difference we are making over and above the campaigns that we are running. And we also found that despite NSP on GBV mandating municipalities to lead and resource GBV multi-sectoral structures, none of the reviewed plans made provision for the establishment of operational support of these structures. Only recently, through the support of the department, they have started with the rapid response teams because we work very closely with them. We've recommended that municipalities must budget for and support the functionality of GBV multi-staker structures because RRTs are not the only ones. There's quite a number of them that are established at local level, and they really need to map those services and make sure that they provide the necessary support and actually coordinate and report and enforce accountability at local level in as far as implementation of the NSP is concerned. Next slide. So that was in a nutshell what we found when we assessed the planning of municipalities. Now this slide talks about from a departmental perspective, what is it that we're doing or we plan to do moving forward? In as far as Pillar 1, which we are mainly responsible for, we are currently working on listing of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence as a public entity, working very closely with National Treasury. We are also continuing to lobby for funding of the National Council, and I think Minister many times made a point about lack of resources to actually put together the council. We also, as I said earlier on, commence the process of developing the council regulations, and Minister has written to IMC departments to nominate officials who will serve on the board of the council, and we are beginning to receive responses from departments in as far as that is concerned. I also mentioned that we are coordinating, convening the Net Joints GBV Priority Committee and its 7 work streams. We are reconstituting the Interministerial Committee on Gender-Based Violence, but also merging with the IMC on substance abuse. And we continue to establish and capacitate rapid response teams. We're working, as I said, with COCTA very closely, and we will be hosting the Positive Masculinity High-Level Dialogue on the margins of the G20 Ministerial Meeting and lobby for influential declaration. In as far as the Pillar 2 prevention is concerned, we will be, as I said, piloting prevention programs in schools. We are collaborating, for instance, with Department of Basic Education, Department of Higher Education, and with higher education, we want to target the TVET colleges. And we will also, those programs on prevention will also be including aspects of teenage pregnancy. We are continuing to institutionalize the Gender-Based Violence Prevention Action Plan, coordinate 16 days of no violence against women and Women's Month, the 365 days action plan. Really, we want to beef up communication. We know that we're not doing that well in as far as communication is concerned, but we're busy working on this and looking for partners that can assist us to do this effectively. And we really intend to target interventions for men, religious and traditional leaders, communities, and look at issues of technology. Minister, I think, spoke extensively about how it's driving gender-based violence. In as far as justice and safety and protection is concerned, as Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, when it comes to this pillar, we continue to lobby for integration of gender-based violence administrative data and data sharing protocols. And this is some of the work that we will be bringing in the priority committee, because we are working with the JCPS cluster to really drive this issue of data, because we know that it has created problems. And now that we have a prevalence study, we think this will help us standardize the issue of data. We continue to advocate for compliance with legislation, specifically the amended 3 bills, which are now acts. Next slide. Pillar 4, we are advocating for intensification of psychosocial support and sheltering effort, and to embed substance abuse in the GBV work through a combined IMC. Economic power is mainstreaming of women, youth, and persons with disability perspective in as far as preferential procurement is concerned. I spoke about Work Corner, which we are convening and coordinating, and this Work Corner has got 17 work streams that are convened, which belong to the economic cluster. In as far as research, which is Pillar 6, we, through Net Joints again, will be monitoring the 90-day plan as the department, working closely with DPME. We'll also continue to monitor implementation of the NSP on GBV, establish a monitoring and evaluation systems for provinces. I already shared with you about the home bodies that we've placed at province. This is an attempt to now have a system really that will help also bring the work of the provinces and local government into reporting, especially the report to the president. We are currently developing an action plan on recommendations of the HSRC prevalence study, and we continue to conduct assessments and site visits to verify implementation and reach of GBV initiatives in municipalities. What we are doing with DPME, because we were doing the assessments and monitoring, and they would do the same and go to sites and to monitor, for instance, Tutuzela cancer centers of how they are working, how effective they are working, etc. But we've agreed with this DPME recently that we can't go as a Department of Women and then they also go as a Department of Monitoring and Evaluation. We need to combine efforts and streamline the work that we do. So we will be going to sites because it's one thing for departments to say we've established Tutuzela Care Center, 66 Tutuzela Care Centers, but Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and DPME has a responsibility to go to a site and make sure that that TCC they're talking about really exists and to see how well they are functioning. So that's the direction we are moving into with DPME. And we will continue through our technical monitors and data collectors to update and maintain the GBV dashboard. And as I say, we have our partners here who will share this work later on. Next slide. High-level NSP on GBV progress on national departments. I spoke to these slides. Please, let's skip it. It's about reporting compliance of national departments. This is the section that talks to the work done collaboratively with other stakeholders. The high-level progress is that National Council on GBV Act enacted and promulgated, parliamentary NSP on GBV oversight framework in place, NSP standing item at Director General's meetings, NGBV collective work on. I spoke to this, most of them are repetitions. We ensure integration of GBV targets in performance of ministers. I think I spoke to this slide also. Let's skip it. Yeah, it's the repetition. So what I want to demonstrate now is during the presidential summit on GBV, we started building scorecards in terms of implementation of the NSP. And we just keep on updating how far we are in terms of performance, in terms of implementation of the NSP. In terms of Pillar 1, you can see out of the 28 indicators under this pillar, 7 have been achieved, which is 25%. In progress are 17 targets, which is 61%, and we have not started. The not achieved means we haven't started in terms of four targets, which is 14%. Our comments are that the delay in establishment of the council has had a negative impact on achievements of specific targets allocated to the council. This needs to be prioritized, including ring-fenced budget for the council to strengthen multi-sectoral all society response. And the NGBV collective needs to be strengthened in the absence of the council, which is the platform that we are currently using to work with others to roll out the NSP. And we need to continue to monitor local efforts in terms of rolling out of the NSP. And as I said, draft regulations that we need to conclude, and the listing of the council as a public entity, which we are trying very hard to fast track. Next slide. Next slide. Again, our reflections on this pillar is that we've learned lessons along the way since the launch of the NSP in 2020, that high-level leadership has served to mobilize a much wider societal base against gender-based violence, especially championing by the president. Greater buy-in of taking a multi-sectoral approach to GBV. We're learning more and more that we need to work together collaboratively, also to leverage the limited resources that we have across the board. And it's important that we ground NSP at local and provincial level for successful implementation. What we need to accelerate is mechanisms to strengthen multi-sectoral reporting and accountability. As I said, the main reporting is at national level. We need to bring on board provinces. We need to bring on board work done at local level, including work done by civil society. If we are going to adopt a whole society approach. It means all of us are accountable and all of us need to account in terms of the work that we are doing. We need to continue to build capacity to implement, technical capacity to implement, particularly at provincial and local level. We need to harness the district development model as a core to grounding implementation and reaching communities, resourcing at different levels and amplification of spending accountability, communication channels to share progress, build society-wide ownership for delivery and accountability. And sorry,
Esther,
DG, I saw your note.
with the permission of the chairperson, we have to allow the others. We have to finish our presentation at 11.
Okay, thanks, DG. I'll try and run through this quickly. Next slide. Maybe here, I don't want to now read bullet by bullet. Maybe just to highlight a few things because it's quite comprehensive. I spoke about the NSG, the 5-day course that they are doing, rolling out for public officials. Traditional affairs conducted capacity building for members of provincial houses of traditional and Khoisan leaders. I spoke about the 365 days. Yes, maybe critically here to highlight is that 75,000 illegal outlets have been closed since the launch of the NSP to address impact of alcohol and GBV as a way of preventing violence. And there are anti-substance abuse prevention in programs that are run by DSD at province and in institutions of higher learning. 23 community radio stations from all 9 pro are playing comprehensive sexuality education radio lessons on a regular basis. Next slide. With pillar 2, we had about 53 targets, 7 are achieved, 39 are in progress, and not achieved, it's 7. So significant work is required to move this pillar forward. As I say, we're really working hard to try and get resources to actually invest in a mass media campaign, 365 days mass media campaign. It is critical to turning the tide of GBV in the country. And overall, not all targets are being reported around this pillar. Central departments such as transport, DSA, DOH, and traditional affairs, as I indicated earlier, are not complying. Next slide. Maybe can we move to just the scorecards so that I can shorten the presentation? Yeah, for pillar 3, we have 54 targets, 31 are achieved, in progress are 15, and not achieved are 8. We noted that the legislative process went smoothly, given the agency, especially with the 3 bills that were amended. The 8 indicators not achieved and the 14 in progress are key in bolstering responsiveness and trust in the criminal justice system. And central is the integration of GBV administrative data to guide interventions. And I think I made that point. The next scorecard, which is pillar 4, we have 29 indicators in the NSP, 12 have been achieved thus far. In progress are 13, not achieved are 4. And here we are saying there's a need to finalize on legislations currently in progress in relation to this particular pillar and ensuring availability of shelters and psychosocial support. We need more Kuselega one-stop centers across the country as a holistic approach to sheltering. Next scorecard, which is pillar 5. With pillar 5, we had 26 targets. You can see this is very slow because we are halfway through the NSP term. It's 4 targets that have been achieved. 20 are in progress, 2 not achieved. And our comments is that outcome of this pillar are long-term interventions and require deep systemic change, because issues of economic power are extremely structural. So they are quite complex, and I guess that is why there's a lot of, it's very slow to actually make impact in terms of this economic power. But what it means is really we need to be very focused on this pillar to make sure that we drive the change. There is a need to strengthen accountability on the funds available to drive economic power, especially really strategically targeting departments, DALRAT and Department of Labor, which are not reporting and report not in economic cluster, fail to report on preferential procurement, because we want to really leverage on preferential procurement to turn the tide when it comes to this particular pillar. Pillar 6, scorecard. With pillar 6, we had 13 targets, 4 are achieved, 9 are in progress. Our comment says that the National Prevalence Study, GBV, provides an opportunity for evidence-based interventions. And now we need to really prioritize this action plan based on the findings of the HSRC to make sure that really we fast-track implementation of the NSP. I think the next 2 slides, next one, is about the budget. It just indicates, next slide. I made a point about so far what departments are telling us for the past 5 years, what they've been spending on the NSP, according to each pillar. So as of February 2025, we are learning that 30.2 billion had been spent across the 6 pillars, which is 58.7% of the total budget. And as I said, this slide is not conclusive because not every department is giving us these figures of the next slide. And I think I'm moving towards conclusion, Chairperson, Minister, and DG. This is just highlighting key gaps. It's around enforcement of legislation. There's a slow pace in terms of institutionalizing and resourcing the national strategic plans. And sometimes departments deviate from commitments made in the NSP. They're not reporting accordingly. There's inadequate coordination resulting in fragmented response and duplication. There's also lack of gender responsive planning and budgeting. Also trust deficit among key actors. And this is work in progress. Rampant impunity and lack of accountability and consequence management. Inadequate whole society response to deal with issues of patriarchy, misogyny, and heteronormative systems and practices, and the continuous disconnect to see GBV as discrimination. And I think that was my last, there's concluding remarks. We know that GBV remains a key strategic framework, the NSP, for the national response. GBV remains a critical child and national crisis. That COVID-19 pandemic proved that when all hands are on deck, there are deliberate efforts to invest. It is possible to have impact. The various efforts over the years underscore the need for multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary approach. We can't overemphasize that. So that we harness roles, responsibilities, resources, and commitment of multi-stakeholders. And key next steps include intentionally bold and effective integration of government response to GBV. And we are using really net joints now to see how we can really turn the tide on gender-based violence. And on that note, Chair, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Without wasting time, because we have been given until 11 o'clock, I would like to invite Nomgcibelo and Alreen to present on the dashboard and 100 days challenge. Thanks. Oh, Chairperson, I didn't introduce them earlier on. This is Nomgcibelo Mdlalose and Miss Nomgcibelo Mdlalose and Miss Alreen van der Walt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to switch off my camera now that I've greeted everyone. We thank you for this opportunity to share the work that we're doing in ending gender-based violence and femicide. And we're very encouraged because of the results that we're already seeing, and we're hoping as we continue to work together and strengthening the capacity within government, will not only continue to progress, but we will also create this powerful opportunity to shift the narrative in ways that are lasting and very transformative. So what I will do first is just to start by sharing you the results of some of the teams on the ground in terms of the work that they've been doing. Then I will quickly share with you just the journey. Then Alreen will come in to talk about this tool that enables us to that enables the team to get the kinds of results that they are getting. And then from there, we will really talk about where we are, how we see this committee supporting this work going forward. So yes, in terms of the highlights, I've chosen just a few projects because they actually show a spotlight in terms of some of the key principles and enablers of this program. So the first one is the one in Capricorn Municipality. And this program, as you can see, the idea, it's on Pillar 5. So the idea is to ensure that women get procurement opportunities. And what I like about this one, it's because they started looking at how they can ensure that there's real results that they can count and say, these are the number of women that have actually now been given the opportunity to really procure and be business people. And the nice thing about this is that there was this woman who was a street vendor who was drawn in to support the to actually to be trained and all that, and was given an opportunity to tender. And I'm happy to tell you that right now she's on the database and she's a supplier for the municipalities. And what is encouraging about this process also is the fact that other provinces are now learning and other municipalities. And this year, we're seeing a number of them looking at Pillar 5. And Esther was talking about more progress that is needed on this pillar, looking at how best they can do that. And the Capricorn municipality, they're now going beyond that, looking at the opportunity of ensuring that they now entrench women in sectors that are not necessarily women-owned. So you can see that the idea is ensuring that when we say we empower women, we look at setting a goal, and their goal was 31%, and their aim was to reach 69%, and they over exceeded in 100 days. They achieved 75% goal. So for me, I think it's one of those stories that actually show how when people work together, because these teams are multi-sectoral, you find civil society, you find different government departments and all that working together to ensure that these results are achieved. And I'm going to show you another, I'm just going to show you another example, which now highlights another aspect of this program, which is about pivoting, like changing the things that you do when you don't get the results that you're looking for. And in Steve Tshwede, this is what they did when their goal was to to actually increase to reduce the number of cases that were reported. So in their mind is that when cases are not reported, therefore GBV is not happening. However, through the process they went through, they saw the numbers going out, and that actually created some insights in them. Then they began to see that, no, people don't talk because they don't trust the system. People don't talk because, you know, there's no support anyway. If I talk, no one will support me. So they decided to change the process now, to focus now on now strengthening the system and then looking at how best they can support those that are affected. So that's one of the aspects which is very important, because the work that we do, teams have to really focus on what they want to achieve. If they're not achieving that, then they're able to pivot and do something that will ensure that they achieve these results. And the one that I'm going to share with you has to do with the courts, and specifically in Limpopo. And these courts are in the round 3 now of the 100 days challenges. And because of the support of their leader, Yaki, the RCP, they've really now gotten into a point where this process is more in their DNA. And when you hear them talking and doing things, you can see that this has become part of what they are currently doing. And last year, they looked at the number of, their courts came together and they all wanted to work on reducing the backlog and also ensuring in the different cases. But on these ones, the backlog that they reduced on divorces was 46%, and on sexual offenses was 47%. And that's the backlog that's been there for a number of months and some of them years. And it's important to note that these cases are not easy to solve. Like, for instance, sexual offenses, they include the issue of DNA and all that, but they manage with focus and with collaboration. I mean, courts working with civil society, you know, working with stakeholders that they wouldn't normally work with, you know, but they managed to actually get these results. And I think also the fact that their leader was part of the process, really creating that environment for them to be able to experiment on the number of issues, and they were able to achieve these kinds of results. And I also want to touch on the TVETs. You know, when we started working with the TVETs, they were not sure where to start, and they were still trying to find a ground in terms of their role as TVETs. And some of the things they were concerned about was that they know that there's a lot of gender-based violence and femicide happening, but there was no reporting. I mean, people were not coming in and all that. So one of the things they decided they were working on was really, we need to break this culture of silence and all that. But as they were working on that process, they realized that this culture is built on the fact that maybe they don't trust the system, like I said, or that, you know, whatever the process is, it doesn't support them the way they would like to be supported. And we're now beginning to see the shift now in terms of really strengthening the process of reporting and strengthening the support component of it, because at the end of the day, you want them to report because you want them to provide them with that safety net, that support mechanism, so that they can be able to heal. And the last example that I want to go through is the Drakenstein. In Drakenstein, what I like also is the fact that they were very innovative. They worked together with one of the colleges in the area where they created a safe house. And they actually took containers and they repurposed those containers and they offered them as refuge for the children. So it's really a matter of looking at pivoting, and Irene will actually share that so that you can see why we're highlighting these stories and also why we're getting these kinds of results that you actually see here on on this program. And we're very excited that we're able to share with you those kinds of results. And what and the tools that we use to actually do this work is the dashboard, which Alreen is going to quickly take you through and all that. But I just want, the other tool that we use is the 100 days challenge itself, which we're gonna share with you quickly. But before we get to that, I would like to sort of just share with you the journey so far in terms of where we've been. So you will see that this work is built from 2018. Remember, during total shutdown, they established the approval of the NSP, and as Esther has said, that the NGBVF collective has really been a home for collaborative efforts and all that. And that's where we've really been working on to make sure that we implement the NSP locally, and that we ensure that you have local teams coming together and working together to ensure that we get the kinds of results that we're looking for. And it's a shift in terms of how planning is done and results are looked at, because we now interrogate results before we even look at activities, so that whatever we decide to do becomes a step towards reaching the objectives that we're looking for. And we have really been growing in terms of the partners that are here. And the more partners we get into the program in terms of the different government departments, the better. But just to share with you where we've come from, as you can see, after the establishment of this of the NSP, we started this process with just 11 courts, and now we got into the NGBVF collective, where we really started piloting, and those results were so good that from then the Ford Foundation decided to fund the scale up of this process. And as you can see, from 2023, the programs became more and more. And last year we reached 137 programs. This year we're aiming for 200. And that's very exciting. And we will share with you how we think you can help us in this process to even go beyond 200. And as you can see on the left here, there are different tools that have come on board for us to be able to work on this process. One of them is the dashboard. We started thinking about it in 2022 as we see the whole issue of results and analyzing the results and finding a way to define what that data is telling us and that information. And we realized that because it's sitting in different places, it's really not saying anything to us. But if we begin now to consolidate in some kind of a platform that can give us different views, like a map or a matrix, then it begins to talk to us in different ways. And we're very excited about that. And we actually then got it up and running this year when we launched it with thank you, Minister, for launching it with us on the 26th of May. That's where we officially launched the dashboard. And like I said, we've got a number of partners who are with us in terms of the government departments, as you can see here, and we intend to grow these partnerships because we have seen how working together has actually really taken us to a point where we begin to see real results, and we're now looking at ways to see how do we embed this as a kind of way of working that ensures that we continue to get these results even beyond 100 days, as some of the teams are doing now. They're looking beyond 100 days and saying, what are the systemic shifts that we need to ensure that we continue to work in this way? I'm actually going to hand over now to my colleague Irene, just to share with you in terms of this tool, so that you sort of get an idea in terms of where do we unlock this kind of these kinds of results, how do we do it, and how you can help us in the process. Irene, over to you.
Thank you, Nomki. So we have two areas of involvement. The one is what we call Circle of Amplifiers. And that is for anybody, that's for organizations that want to connect with others and help grow the maturity. We've created the GBF Health Check that any organization can apply, and it measures your maturity in terms of GBF practices, policies, and tools. And it then helps organizations to see where there's gaps and how they need to improve. We also, this year with Sun Parks in the Kruger Park, we've piloted a 30-day challenge where they, after identifying the gap, then use the tools we use in 100-day challenges to close the gap in those specific areas. But what's very important, similar to the 100-day challenges, by helping them to do a 30-day challenge, they learn how to collaborate. They learn actually to measure, what we are doing actually showing an impact. We know there's a lot been happening, a lot of money spent, but the scary thing is that we don't see sexual offences really reducing. So we really need to get clever in how to tackle GBVF and to make sure the actions we do actually have an impact. And then our other major tool, you've seen a bunch of examples, the 100-day challenges. It's really collaborative. It focuses on impact, not on activities. Of course, the team do activities, but the main focus is those activities actually delivering the impact we're looking for. And I'll share a little bit more about that. The dashboard, we've quickly gave you a peek. We were hoping to give you a demonstration, but maybe we can do on the workshop. We'll see if there's time. I'll at least show you it's live. And then we also, what we're doing, we're harvesting stories from the 100-day challenge teams. And that stories we put into our learning lab. So the idea is that as we learn, we inform the departments, the collective pillars of what the teams are learning, what's working, what not, so that it can inform our interventions and even at policy level make a difference. So a 100-day challenge, it's a project, it lasts 100 days, but, and like most projects, of course, it got a goal, a team, and a plan. I was going to show you a short video, but we will not have time for that. So I'm happy to share that video with everyone to just explain it. But the bottom line is, a 100-day challenge simulate the experience of a time-bound crisis. And the video shows how in crises, people really have a sense of urgency. And in the 100-day challenge, we create that sense of urgency by limiting the project to 100 days. Success or even survival is often not guaranteed in a crisis. So we help the team to set a goal. The teams, the local teams, that multi-sectoral local teams actually set their own goals. And we facilitate, or not we, the people we train in each local facility, they help the team to set an almost impossible goal. I mean, you've seen some of the results achieved. To double procurement in Capricorn from women businesses. I mean, that in 100 days, it sounds impossible, but they actually overachieve it. The same with the courts. And that feeling of we can actually make a difference without a lot of resources, just by unleashing the skills of people and the capacity that's already in the system, that prove to them that we can achieve the impossible. Important also in a crisis, all hands are on deck. So a critical part of 100-day challenge is the right team that need to be multi-sectoral. And here we're talking about people that's literally locally on the ground doing the work. So on a team, you can find a social worker, a policeman, maybe a magistrate, an activist, somebody from an LGBTQI plus community or NGO or forum. We find rapid response team members. It is truly multi-sectoral, really local people who's actually doing the work. And we also believe those people know what the solutions are. Yes, sometimes teams need more training and support, but most of the cases we can see this results without additional resources being put in place. And then of course, because it's 100 days, we ask leaders to allow the teams to experiment. Like you saw the one in Steve Twete. They need to experiment, try stuff out. We always say you can't break a rule, but sometimes they bend the rules in that 100-day bubble. And the most important thing is that tell people that if we work together, like the police and the courts in that DNA, there was a specific DNA project on sexual offences. It's amazing that relationships that's been built, and that relationship lasts long beyond the 100-day challenges. And that's for us the main thing of 100-day challenge. It's just a spark, but it lights a flame. And we've, over the past 4 years, we've seen how the spark, and Limpopo is the best example at this stage, but I can tell you there's a few other provinces where the flame is also spreading. But you need a spark. You can't get a fire really without the spark. And the aim of the 100-day challenges is to be a spark. So this is the learning journey that the teams go on. All I want to highlight is we train two type of people, the blue and the red. So that's a challenge strategist. They are the person that we train to engage with a multi-sectoral leaders at local level. Those people define the focus area of that specific 100-day challenge, and they also select a team, of which the majority is frontline workers. Once that team is selected, the coach come on board. That coach role is to facilitate, to support and guide the team through the 100 days. As you can see, there's 3 major workshops. There's a startup workshop, and me and Nomke and our team are not involved in that. The people we have trained actually then lead those events. We give them online platforms, we give them slides, we give them everything they need. The team then run the 100 days with the team coach and the challenge strategist supporting them. At the end of the project, there's a scale-up workshop where the team celebrate their success, share their learnings, and they also make recommendations to the leaders in terms of what is the next step that needs to be taken. So that's the main thing of the dashboards. I know it's 11 o'clock, so there will not be time for a tour. We will share the link on our website. Yes.
Irene, do the live demonstration.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to share 3 things before I do the demonstration. So the purpose of this dashboard that we created in collaboration with DPME, the Department of Women, and many more, and we hope you can help us bring more on board, is to inspire. It's not to audit, not to check, not to criticize. It's really, we want people to want to be on this dashboard. So it's inspiring people to improve services, to improve GBVF maturity. We also want it visible. So we want to work with the Department of Women to make this, it is currently publicly available. So all the information is public. There is a lot of information still missing, but we knew to get, because a lot of people have been talking about dashboards in their silos, but there's not been one public dashboard. This one is there, but it needs a lot of additional information. But we wanted to start with something so that people say it's possible. And now it's much easier to add information. But this also helps with accountability and transparency. And as I said, this needs to grow. We need new government partners and other partners on board so we can expand on the information. I must mention the data, technical monitors and data analysts in the Premier's offices has been critical in helping us gather specifically the building blocks information. We hope that in your next meeting, you will use this dashboard. We hope that funders will use it. I mean, this is you hopefully using it. I know it's not a photo of you, but we really see portfolio committees seeing where's the gaps. Civil society use it. Our dream is to see this in Parliament, to help advocate for change, helping the district development model, public access to anybody, activists or anyone. And then ultimately we know that the president said this is a pandemic, so we need to have a tool that actually shows it as a pandemic. So this is now the actual live dashboard that's busy loading. So currently we are tracking 4 things. Collective action, this is currently our 100-day challenges. Building blocks, this is representative of all the building blocks we're tracking, where we started. So we're looking at certain facilities. dedicated resources in each municipality, the response networks that include containment center shelters, but also the rapid response team. And then we're also measuring collaboration efforts. These measurements are all stemming from local level. And let me just share the rest. The GBF indicators, at this stage, we're only tracking the police statistics that's publicly available. But our dream is, and this is where we really need your help, to bring in indicators from all the pillars. So we are already talking to DSD. We need to show how many people are supported at local level. We want to bring in DOJ. We want to see how many cases get finalized. We want to see how many cases get withdrawn. So this is the big element that we really want to build on, and the Department of Women is helping us bring together a team to go to the next phase of this. Of course, we won't fix it all quickly, but we really would like to, every 3 months, add additional information. And then also the organizational health check. We are measuring from local level when there's people, not just government departments, any organization participating, so that we can also measure organizational growth over time. This is the main dashboard, but you have 2 very nice views. You can also, and I'm now looking at the 100-day challenges. The orange is actually the current projects that's being started, but there's only one cycle that started the 100 days, but we have trained over 200 people so far, and there's 3 more sessions left. Building blocks, and you can then actually click. I don't know where most, let's go where the portfolio committee is seated, although I think you are all over at this stage. So you are able to look at the maturity, and we on purpose chose a green color. We don't want to penalize somebody who's not mature yet. So the idea is to get greener. And at the bottom right, you can see the scale. I'll just give 30 seconds to how we determine the scales. So if I look at facilities, I can, for instance, look at police stations. Now, we worked with these data monitors we came up with the first scale. And at this stage, you can view all the scales by clicking here. But at this stage, we measure the police stations on, do they have a victim-friendly room? Do they have a dedicated resource to support? And now I'm forgetting what is that maturity. Do they have a GBVF desk? I think that's the 3.
Forum and the police.
Yeah, the courts we are looking at more. But just to prove to you that this is literally down to a municipal, a local level, and I'm now in a metro. And then furthermore, once you drill down, and you can also do it under the contact detail, we are adding contact detail for each of these facilities. You can see here, as soon as the data gatherers give us information for the Community Police Forum, there's actually an email and a contact. And for now, we're updating this information every 6 months because of our resources, and it's only the start. We probably eventually want to have this updated every quarter, so that when anybody goes in, they can actually have a good look at that. The last thing I will show is a view that gives you, let's go to a different province now. I need to first select the province. And by the way, this is also available on a mobile. And we're hoping the Department of Women will help us with GCIS, that we can make this a toll-free website, or a data-free website, so that anybody can come in. So the stats have just updated now to KwaZulu-Natal. I don't know if there's anybody here from KwaZulu. Let's go to Uteka. So the stats will update, and then I can even drill down even more to a specific local municipality. So all this information is literally available in every single, for up to a local level, even the police statistics. And if I clear the different districts, now we can see for all 3 districts. So you can compare even districts. in terms of the different years, for instance, the building block comparison with a total in terms of maturity. So that's where we are. I do want to share what we are planning to do next year, and then I'm going to ask Nomki 2 more slides to share what we need you to help us with. Currently, we are trying to raise funds. Ford Foundation will support us for another year, but not with the full amount that we will require. So we are working hard, but we also feel it's time that all these government departments, that's our partners, also start helping us to cover some of the costs, because we're building capacity in those municipalities, courts, divots, and even universities, and hopefully future hospitals also, and DSD offices. We're building capacity that these people can start doing it on their own. We will continue, but we are hoping there will be more support coming. One of the support is we want to work with the provinces so that they help us. We've been recruiting. We've been sending out via COCTA and all the lead departments. We've been sending invites to all local facilities, but we are hoping that the Premier's offices will help us to convene first information sessions so that everybody is aware, but then support us with the coordination so that there's less money required from our side to do recruitment, but that the Premier offices and the Office of Women, OW or OTPs, actually will help us with the actual coordination. We are testing it, and in certain provinces like the Northern Cape and Mpumalanga, this is really working very well. We will be happy to report to you and to the provincial forums updates, even on a quarterly basis, and on the dashboard to tell you how it's going. And then we need support to strengthen the dashboard. As I said, we really want to grow it. Nomki, now it's your time to say what the Portfolio Committee can do to help us.
Thank you. Thank you, Irene. I think basically in terms of the dashboard, what we would really request from the committee really is to promote this dashboard as an accountability tool. So you can imagine if every government department would load their information and we're all able to get all this information from one source, and it gives us the information we need to actually allocate resources and all that. That would really, really, really be good. And we're thinking that even if it's used in different settings or forums within government, like for instance, your ExCos, this particular portfolio committee can actually use it also just to see where we are and be able to make decisions on what needs to on going forward. And also just to, the NSP has lead departments in terms of the different pillars and the different portfolios that they have. And that dashboard needs that information on there so that those pillars can be able to contribute and be able to see where they are in terms of them achieving the results. And as Irene said, that we're now working with the offices of the premiers, it'll work better if the local government itself, they collect the data, because that's where the data sits. And now we're trying to find a way to ensure that resources are allocated there for local government, like for instance, gender focal persons, to really be able to collect this data and load it on the system. The system is ready. They can come in as administrators and be able to load the data. So this will ensure that it really becomes a tool for government to measure response and to actually make the kinds of decisions that we need to move forward. And actually, in terms of the 100 days challenges itself also, we've seen that this is a model that works, and would really like this committee to continue to endorse and promote it as a process that will unlock service delivery. And thanks to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the DG for really being the people that we go to ensure that we get the reception that we need, but we still need to grow as much as possible to ensure that we get to a point, a tipping point where everyone is so fully engaged and awake to what we are doing in terms of implementing the NSP, and we are able to unlock the kind of results that we're looking for. And also about resourcing, I think Esther also spoke about it in terms of the efforts of ensuring that these become embedded in the budgets of the different municipalities and all that. So as we engage with departments, with municipalities, we provide them with information. And I know we have an example in Drakenstein, where they now, in terms of their planning, they put on the IDP the whole issue of the NSP, and they specifically allocate money to ensure that they bring people together and run the processes in a more integrated manner, because they've seen the results and would like to see that happening throughout government. And also as Irene has said, we started working with the different provinces, and I think Northern Cape and Mpumalanga are more the model that we're looking at. And we've seen that when the officials from the offices of the Premier are involved, they take ownership, they start coordinating, it becomes much easier and even less expensive because funding is going down and all that. So the idea is that if we can work with those offices and ensure that they assist in coordinating the participation of the different government departments, then it makes this job much easier. And also, like as we're saying with the dashboard, this is just the start, and we need to add more information on it, but we also need to develop it further. So we really, really need funding also to ensure that the dashboard is what it is, and that even the projects that are run by the teams are able to grow from where they are. So that's one other ask, that we're looking at, to see how best can we mobilize funding to ensure that we accelerate these interventions and drive more results. And also, because this model is a model that you can use in any social change, it's a model that actually promotes innovation. So would like to encourage it to be used even beyond the GBV, be used to unlock results in different aspects of service delivery work. Yeah.
Thank you, Nomgcibelo. Chairperson, this is our presentation. We will facilitate the training for the members to be able to understand it fully and to be able to access it. We will facilitate with the team. Thank you very much. This is our presentation, and thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you so much, DG. Thank you to your team. I really do think this is a very beautiful tool. And thank you for that presentation on the tool as well. And hopefully, as I've indicated, we do need training in order to better understand how we can use it, but also how we can support you in terms of getting the necessary resources and also the support from the other departments. I'm now going to hand over to the National Shelter Movement to give us a short presentation. We do know that NGOs, NPOs, civil society play a very important and vital role in terms of delivering the NSP on the NSP's provisions. And so they can also give their impressions on the plan and their struggles and also the support that they need. And from there, I will hand over to members so that we start the question and answer session. Over to the National Shelter Movement.
Good morning to our esteemed officials and colleagues. My name is Anissa. I'm the coordinator of the National Shelter Movement of South Africa. I believe I can share my screen.
Please do, Anissa, because you're a co-host.
All right.
There we go.
Are we on?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So just an opening slide. All right, so I'm going to quickly go to just to give you a little background of the role that shelters play in. I think both we've come to learn that shelters are both preventative as well as responsive. So we break the silence, the cycle of abuse by getting women in shelters. So it's not just responsive, but also preventative. Shelters play a fundamental role in responding to gender-based violence, and like I said, as well as preventative. Shelters offer safe accommodation, provide women with opportunities for healing and rebuilding their self-worth. Importantly, shelters play a significant role in interrupting and breaking the cycle of violence and preventing femicide. It renders shelter services, requires significant expertise, care, and resources, yet shelters are often undervalued, with those rendering such services often facing precarious challenges, example, burnout, right? Then currently, there's no legislative provision for regulation of shelters for victims of gender-based violence and the services they provide. So we talk about standardization and the absence thereof. And then further, what do shelters offer gender-based violence survivors? It's a critical point of crisis intervention. It provides safe accommodation with 3 nutritious meals per day. It's a space for healing, emotional containment, rebuilding self-worth, and personal empowerment. Access to healthcare, legal and psychosocial support, assistance with ID applications, sometimes even with maintenance issues in the maintenance court, empower women with a variety of economic skills. So we've been focusing recently on women's economic empowerment and development and tools, alternative housing, post-shelter, second stage housing, third stage housing, which you'll see a question mark there, which we almost don't have. So almost, I think, with a couple of exceptions. And then access to childcare, schooling, and educational trips, preparation for employment interviews, and CV writing. So I think the message of the first 2 slides is very clear, that shelters are not just accommodation, but they, depending, and again, this will tie up a little bit later, is depending on what funding and resources are available to individuals' shelters, they can provide more comprehensive services, which I must say is often lacking. Then a brief history on the NSM, and I think this is important. The NSM is a non-profit, non-government organization established in 2008 at a conference nationally. It serves an umbrella body for over 100 shelters in all the provinces of South Africa that are affiliated or members of the NSM. We focus on the enhancement and effectiveness of sheltering services for women and their children through shelters in the 9 provinces. And the NISA Institute for Women's Development serves as a secretariat. Our vision is a society where women and their children are free and safe from gender-based violence. And the mission of the NSM is a united voice on sheltering of women survivors of gender-based violence and their children in South Africa. So some of the things that we do in terms of activities include advocacy and lobbying. I know we do have time constraints, so I'm going to try and go through everything as quickly as I can. And obviously we're lobbying for the rights of abused women and their children, establish provincial shelter networks and forums for shelters. So we do have reps in all our provinces. We ensure gender sensitivity and effective and efficient service delivery to women and their children. And again, we're driven towards survivor-centered approaches, develop capacity and provide technical support for shelters and their staff, to engage in legislation, to conduct research on gender-based violence, femicide, and sheltering, to offer safe spaces, where we can engage with other stakeholders, we can network, partner, and I'll look at where that comes in a little bit later as well. And then conduct a sheltering helpline, which you'll see our number is the bottom of the slide. We do have a 24-hour toll-free shelter placement service, which is our helpline. And then we also conduct a series of monthly webinars. And one of our highlights for the year is our annual National Shelter Indaba. and that's in partnership with the National Department of Social Development. In summary, I think I'm just going to mention a few things that didn't come up. I think the one thing is the piloting of a boy-child project to enable healing and prevention of intergenerational gender-based violence. So we recently have started that project. It's still in the pilot stage. We're hoping to come up with a manual that we can use for therapeutic intervention. So the manual will be for facilitators to conduct therapeutic groups for boys 6 to 12 years old. That was initiated by the fact that a lot of mothers come to shelters with their children, and so what services and how can we extend our reach and our services to include children more proactively. Like I said, this one here, I think because of time constraints, I'm going to skip. But again, just to make mention that during COVID, the NSM did serve as a disbursement organization. And then also I did mention our webinars. The other thing is our safety plan. But here on this slide, I would like to make special mention of the World Conferences on Shelters, which the NSM did present at in Canada, the USA, Netherlands, China, and yes, we are or will be presenting on 3 abstracts this year in Sydney, Australia in September. So that's something that's quite important for us to make representation, not just locally, but also internationally. We published a resource manual, Letting Our Power Glow, and activities to build women's power, served on the Presidential Interim Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Steering Committee, made several submissions to the amendments to the GBV Acts, provided year-long coaching shelters in 8 provinces with a shelter model or action learning project, continued media engagements through print, radio, TV, and online. So we've been trying to work on our media presence as well. Serve as a member of the Global Network of Women's Shelters as a board member. And also invited by the Charlize Theron and DG Murray Trust to be part of the Shukutula team to review funding proposals for community organizations, particularly in Limpopo in the Eastern Cape. Some of our capacity building webinars, again, I'm not going to take you through to all of them. I think if you manage to glance at it, I think some focus areas is trauma focused, solution focused, but more in terms of our projects with the National Department of Social Development. Some of the things that someone spoke earlier about online facilitated gender-based violence. So digital activism and online facilitated gender-based violence were some of the things that we looked at. Someone also mentioned work with religious leaders. So we've tried to target specific groups like religious leaders, youth groups, men and boys. I did mention economic empowerment for women. So that was also something that we looked at as part of our webinars. And I think responses have been increasing in the last couple of months. So attendance has been improving, and I'd like to think that we are making some kind of reach on community level as well. I think on this slide, what's important here is we had presented last year on the Department of Social Development Portfolio Committee as well about the funding issues and the impact on shelters. But also, like I said on this slide, I want to mention that we've partnered with Uber, and that's been an extremely great systemic partnership for us in terms of transporting or providing safe transport for survivors from other police stations or their communities to shelters that they've been placed in through our helpline. I think also our networking over the years has been quite vast. through all our activities, I think we've managed to build relationships, and I'm hoping that will continue. Our annual Indaba also creates a great platform for us to do that. Through our webinars as well, we've managed to network, partner, collaborate, including with the Tears Foundation, Teddy Bear Clinic, or Teddy Bear Foundation. Some of our achievements is we've managed to complete a lot of the programs that we've been funded for, and we've engaged in a range of networking activities, which I've mentioned. The challenges, though, and I know you're probably not surprised, but funding still remains one of the biggest challenges. Lack of attendance, this one particularly, I did mention attendance for webinars have improved significantly, but particularly with religious leaders, I think that's still a group that we have difficulty with. We have partnered with Faith Action Collective and Heartline. We're hoping that, in the near future, we're going to make inroads there, because I do think that they're an important gateway to communities. And based on that, also some webinar topics around cultural practices like Ukutwala and Blessa Blessies, in fact, was our last webinar. Then the African regional webinars that we're starting to revive, and that's also part in preparation for the conference in September, by hosting webinars with some of the African countries, which we're trying to work on a network. We are making strides there. We've modified a safety plan. I think going forward, again, it's more about continuing our webinars, our community outreach, continue to address challenges related to compliance of shelters, which that is a big and an important one for us, in accordance with the norms and minimum standards of the gender-based violence and femicide, gender-based violence, the shelters in an in-person workshop, right? So those are still things that we want to get shelters to build capacity on both sides while we address it. In terms of getting funding and making sure that shelters comply. Then conducting in-person training with shelters. Although we sometimes are, committed to present in certain provinces, we often get the opportunity to make training or engagements national as well. So another focus is self-growth, self-care, safe spaces. Again, that's the theme, I think, and the important message there. I think, again, to continue to support the implementation of the NSP with emphasis on Pillar 4, increased media and digital presence. Like I mentioned, we've upped to that, but I think more focus needs to be placed on digital presence, which is one of our short-term goals going forward. And then also establish formal networks, the private sector, particularly. I mentioned different stakeholders like religious leaders, but I think for the private business sector to offer services to those in the workplace, as well as a means of access to resources. So women's economic empowerment, job placements, job opportunities, and that's an area also that needs attention. We've managed to target specific groups, organizations, bodies, including universities. And that, again, also will continue. To continue to be at the forefront of the ongoing struggle against gender-based violence and femicide on grassroots, regional, and national levels, to present 3 papers at the 5th World Conference on Women's Shelters, as well as report on the African Regional Webinar. Establishment of boy-child program in shelters. Institutional memory project is something that we undertaking or in the process of putting together. I mentioned our annual Indaba, our national Indaba. This year also will be our 5th annual national Indaba in November, from the 11th to the 13th of November, in partnership with the National Department of Social Development. And then we have what we call a She Out Sleep Out. So that's getting corporate or the private sector to spend a night at shelters and hopefully do sponsorships or donations to the respective shelter. Challenge again, I know you've heard it before, but funding, particularly around the World Conference, it's not easy to get funding for our team to go across, but I think it's an important exercise for us to make representation internationally, and also to network, partner, learn, grow. We're also hoping to host the 6th World Conference in 2029. And if that's the case, then this will be a great learning opportunity for us. Challenges around the Indaba. There's been a request for a 3-day instead of a 2-day. Issues around location. And then obviously with a 3-day means added costs. Okay, so coming to challenges faced particularly by shelters. My presentation is divided into the non-financial impact, and then we'll look at the financial impact shortly as well, right? So lack of standardization of shelter services across the country and within provinces, unequal service delivery. So if it's government shelters versus NGO shelters, right? Then institutional realignment of shelters, and that's where, you know, a lot of NGOs, not only in the GBV space, are concerned about a government providing services and replacing civil society organizations. Then partnership and communication in the relationship building with government, provincial government departments. So that's been a bit of a strain. And I think with the increasing concerns around funding, the trust has been compromised, communication is compromised. It's been very antagonistic in the last year and a half, particularly. Then departments of health, human settlements, home affairs, correctional services, justice, all the government departments do not work together to support gender-based violence and femicide and promote sheltering at government and NPO level. The relationship with municipalities are very low. And I mentioned municipal compliance of shelters, which when I talk about the finances, involves a lot of costs that shelters don't have money for. Need to prioritize housing. So I mentioned 2nd and 3rd stage housing, which is a big gap. Abused women, for women and their children. So housing still remains an issue because post-shelter, where do these women go? Then lack of mental health and substance abuse services for survivors. And I think it links up nicely with something that I mentioned earlier about comprehensive survivor-centered approaches. And if we look at the points I'm bringing up, the restrictions or the lack of resources and funding makes that very, very difficult. Challenges in receiving follow-up feedback on the CGE report. So I think, again, it's about communicating and linking up. The Public Protector's report indicates that there needs to be more shelters and what is being done post the report. Challenges experienced by Gauteng funding crisis. I think that's also received a lot of attention in the last year. Continued risk to safety of women and decreased operational capacity, suspension, closure of shelters, right? So those are the impacts. I'm going to look a little bit more in detail. Decreased service quality to survivors, inability to provide comprehensive services and address diverse needs of victims related to addiction, mental health. So we're talking about the diverse and specific needs of survivors. Difficulty making day-to-day operational decisions. So management of shelters find it very hard. They don't know where they stand. There's a lot of uncertainty. Employment of staff is also at risk. Having to turn victims away. And with that comes a reduced confidence of survivors in shelters to provide services for them when they most need it. Difficulty of 24-hour helpline to place victims in shelters. So I mentioned at the end of the last slide, when we look at shelters suspending services or closing down, it places greater strain on the ones that are still operational. And sometimes it makes placement of survivors very difficult. loss of confidence in and reliance on shelters, perpetuating poverty, violence, and inequality of women victims and survivors, staff burnout, despondency, low morale, job uncertainty and instability, and unable to plan adequately. Okay, so now we're going to look at some of the financial implications, funding for survival and sustainability of shelters as well, and survival of shelters. DSD provides only 41% of funding to shelters, and the balance has to be fundraised by shelters. So without that 41%, it puts them in an even more precarious space. Shelters are unable to utilize the DSD funding for compliance issues. Therefore, shelters are non-compliant. I did mention a little bit earlier that they're having to spend on compliance so that they can get the NPO certificates, but they don't have the money for those, and sometimes they're still left without funding. Then delayed disbursement of funds, again, that places a strain. Even delayed signing of SLAs is very stressful and traumatic, even, I should say, for for shelter managers and staff. Some shelters receive incorrect amounts. So there's been a lot of confusion in the past. I think there has been strides in the last year to try and iron out some of those. Salaries for shelter social workers are not compatible with DSD social workers who have no benefits, perks for shelter staff. City of Johannesburg does not offer rebates or waivers to shelters for utility bills, and some other provinces do so. So again, when we talk about standardization, I think it's very different depending on the area. I think not even provinces. So some municipalities, like let's say, for example, Ekurhuleni or Vaal, so it might not always work in the same way. Shelters experience severe challenges by DSD funding crisis, which, like I said, I mentioned. SLAs for some shelters have been problematic clauses attached. I mentioned the institutional realignment of shelters where DSD Gauteng wanting to take over services. Key workers, so there we just gave some estimations of minimum wage for care workers and house mothers and drivers, and you can see they range in around the same amount, which is very, very little. Psychologists hired preferentially at some Kusuleka centers. Home of Hope established in 2000 as now. So just to give some examples, right? And we've had shelters closed down permanently in the last year. Challenges experienced with the Gauteng DSD in accessing funding, institutional realignment, and I think that goes a little bit more in detail into the institutional realignment project outlines that mandated to render core services through a variety of programs to aid or enable target groups to effectively deal with adverse social conditions, increased internal capacity to provide services, thus leading to a decreased reliance on NPOs, notes a shrinking budget amidst the return of the, and it's not, I see this morning also there was something about return of unspent funds when on the ground shelters and NPOs really need that money. Current partnership with NPOs is unsustainable and at the expense of state capacity. Retrieval of services will not be considered for residential facilities, at least for now. Reduction in the number of funded NPOs. Municipal compliance, I did mention that, the requirements, rezoning, compliance with health and hygiene requirements, fire safety. So that's just elaborating a little bit. Not standard and applied consistently across the different regions, which I mentioned. It's cost intensive, it's time intensive, no funding or assistance to meet these requirements. Gauteng DSD lacks. Okay, so that I think there was, like I mentioned, it grew to be a very antagonistic struggle between NPOs and the Department of Social Development. There is a breakdown of communication. I think with timing, no one knows what's happening. I think there's a lot of confusion. I think there's also, undertones and mixed messages. Adjudication of proposals delayed. That was delays into 2024, denied services to survivors looking for shelters, while the rate of gender-based violence increased from 8 women killed a day to 11. Regressive realization of rights for survivors. And that's sad because as we're supposed to be increasing our awareness and making that more priority, in some ways, I think we're struggling there. Is lack of trust, power imbalance, no sense of partnership, no room for discussions and negotiations. We're also seeing challenges in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga with delayed SLAs. Some of our recommendations are to increase funding to align with the needs of gender-based violence survivors, time-use facilitation of SLA signing and payment and disbursement of funds, improved and consistent communication with NPOs, standardization of services, support and guidance with compliance requirements, increase minimum wages for shelter staff, restoring trust and confidence between Department of Social Development and NPOs, and a higher level of accountability and transparency. Thank you very much. I think I'm done. I don't know in terms of time whether I made it, but yeah. Thank you, everybody, for listening and for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Anissa. We really do value your presentation and the recommendations. I will ask now that we start engaging. So please, can I start by taking hands? Honourable members, now is your opportunity to engage. I'm seeing 2 hands. Can we take more? I see the hand of Honourable Mabel, followed by Honourable Kanile, followed by Honourable Chauke Adonis, followed by Honourable Polwani. Dr. Klape, do you want to come in as well? Okay, we'll take those. Okay, and Honourable Shavanko. Okay, so Honourable Mabel, followed by Honourable Kanile, followed by Honourable Chauke Adonis, followed by Honourable Polwane, followed by Honourable Leklape, followed by Honourable Shabango, in that order. Over to you. Please unmute yourself, Mama. Klonishwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have questions for all presentations that we received this morning. My first question is that why has the department failed to list and resource the National Council on GBVF despite legislative approval in 2024? Second question, why do over 50 of municipalities still not budget for or implement GBVF multi-stakeholder structure as mandated? Question 3, what disciplinary actions have been taken against departments like Transport, Salga, IPID that scored below 30% on GBVF compliance? 4, how does the DWYPD justify underachievement on 75% of prevention indicators, Pillar 2, particularly in rural and hotspot areas? And what steps has National Treasury taken to enforce the 40% women-owned business procurement commitment? And why has WECONA not been institutionalized with clear performance frameworks, despite cabinet endorsement? What measures exist to evaluate the actual impact of the 100-day challenge on systematic GBVF reduction beyond outputs? Honorable Chair, on DWYPD, GBVF, NSP briefing, why is the National Council on GBVF still not operational despite being signed into law in 2024? And what is DWYPD doing to enforce accountability for missed NSP GBVF targets? On narrative GBVF report, why are 8 districts still without shelters for GBVF survivors? Which departments have failed to integrate GBVF into their strategic plans? And on 100-day challenge and dashboards, why has the GBVF dashboard not been adopted across all departments? And how will DWYPD ensure 100-day GBVF initiatives are sustainably funded? On WECONA presentation, why has the 40% women-owned procurement target not being met by most departments? And lastly, Chair, what steps are being taken to institutionalize WECONA for long-term sustainability? I submit. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mhlonishwa. Honorable Kanile. Honorable Kanile.
Good morning, Chairperson. Apologies for this. I think I was struggling to unmute myself. Greetings to you. Greetings to the Minister, the Deputy, the representative from the department and the Parliament staff as well. Chair, I note the presentations that are before us and which were very comprehensive as well. And I just want to zoom in on the remarks that were made by the Minister, which I believe were very important. Minister, we are happy to have you. I think when you mentioned that you have already also started to engage the religious as well as traditional leaders to try and find ways to combat the scourge of gender-based violence, I believe that is a very important step, as we need to have more community leaders on board. I also had a similar event, I think about a month ago in Ligwa, that I had with the local pastors fraternal. I was very impressed as well, just to pay attention to how much the pastors wanted to assist. I think going forward, we'll also need to look at ways we can use to capacitate them so that they can be able to help us fight the scourge on the ground. I apologize for that. And I have also noted that the department has indicated that they are also looking at redirecting more resources in ensuring that we focus, the department focus on the prevention of gender-based violence instead of waiting to act after the violence has taken place. Chair, I think I have noted also the 100-day challenge, and there's been a slight movement that I can say I have picked up towards the right direction. They have mentioned one of the municipalities, which is the Capricorn municipality, where the department also indicated that there is one woman that was also awarded a tender. I think this is also an indication that somehow the department is also moving in the right direction in ensuring the empowerment of women. However, on this one, the question that I have, I would like to find out if the company or the woman that was awarded the tender is the company 100% women owned, number one. Number two, I know it may be a little bit too early, considering that we are still at the beginning of the 100 days challenge, but I would like to find out how many women have also benefited or being employed through this tender. And also, if possible, did the department also get statistics in finding out how many women are unemployed within this municipality, number one. Number two, how many persons with disabilities that are also unemployed, and if they have a target that they are working towards, maybe even post the 100-day challenge, in terms of how many women the department would want to actually empower in this municipality. And Chair, I noted that during the presentation, there was a mention also of the fact that we have two Zela care centers, about 66 of them. The question that I have here is whether these two Zela care centers, they fully operational, and do we have two Zela care centers in Mpumalanga? I think we all know that I'm deployed in Mpumalanga. If they are, maybe that are closer to Ligwa or in the Gauteng district or anywhere else, can maybe I be provided with the list? I would like to maybe make some time and have an oversight as well, so that I can see exactly what is happening on the ground. Chair, I'll also take some time to zoom in on the dashboard. I saw the link that is shared with us, which I truly appreciate. I have noted as well, Chairperson, that there was a mention that the sexual offenses have actually been reduced by 47%. I think this is an indication that points us that we are moving in the right direction, especially if we are seeing that there's actually cases that are getting finalized. However, the issue of the backlog with regards to DNA, it's an issue that keeps popping up. We had the same incident, or we heard a similar concern when we were at Umlazi doing our oversight as a portfolio committee. What I want to find out from the department is whether the department has an idea right now of the total of outstanding DNA that they are still waiting for. Chairperson, through you, I would like to ask the minister if it's possible that she provide us with the contact number or an email for her PA. There's 2 letters that I've sent to your office. I understand that up until today, we are battling to get responses. Those letters, they speak to the concerns that are raised by community members. The other one, which I sent it to your office last year, July, and we are in May now, only 2 months to another July. We have not received any feedback, and I don't even know what to communicate to members of the public. We also have the second issue where the community member, it is a woman, apparently it's a group of women that are living with a disability. They want to venture into farming. They are asking the portfolio to assist them to acquire the land. And there are letters that have been written to the department. That letter was sent in January. And up until this day, we have not received any feedback. I don't even know what to communicate to these community members. Can I request your intervention, the Honorable Minister, to ensure that we resolve these issues? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kanile. Now is the opportunity for our whip, Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And if you don't mind, I would like to request that I keep my camera off because of the environment that I'm in currently. Chairperson, I would like to start off by appreciating the presentations that have been made and for this critical topic to be brought forward. Also taking into consideration what is currently happening in our South African communities when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide and systematic abuse, but also how do we ensure that relevant department, institutions, and the private sector and citizens play an active role in combating gender-based violence and femicide. And I think, Chairperson, I've been greatly covered by my colleagues on issues that I wanted to raise on. But one of the other things that I did not see coming forth in the presentations, and I think all the presentations that have been made, was on the sexual offenders register. This must be something that even ourselves as a portfolio committee and the department must be driving forward, obviously with the relevant institutions and departments such as justice. But I think it's quite critical for us to have this type of discussion that that gives an opportunity for us to also inform South African citizens on what the development is on the publication of the sexual offenders register. We know that there are many cases, especially in our rural and township communities, such as your schools or your medical or your facilities, your homing facilities for persons with disabilities, where you've got sexual offenders, perpetrators, those who have been convicted, being appointed or employed in those institutions. And I think this also raises a great concern of saying, how do we deal with rehabilitation of offenders? How do we ensure that community are safer? How do we ensure that they are well informed and we know who is around our women, our girls, our children, boy child and girl child as well? Chairperson, another thing that I think is quite critical, and I think what I would have also liked to hear, and perhaps it might be outside of the scope of this particular meeting, is to say what is the contribution of the department and the various organizations when it comes to gender responsive budgeting in terms of presentations being made to the G20 platform to ensure that what we are doing here in South Africa is able to reach the broader global community, which we've really seen that the department has been doing quite aggressively. But I think it must also be articulated on platforms of this nature in order for us, once again, I re-emphasize, this is a platform and an opportunity for us to really sensitize and inform South African citizens on the developments, the interventions, but also the contributions that are being made by the department, the portfolio committee, and South Africa in addressing gender-based violence holistically, but also what are the views of our international friends or partners. Chairperson, in terms of the centers, and I think this was said by Honorable Mabel, on the issue of the centers or the municipalities or provinces that are not complying in terms of the centers. I think that needs to also find expression in terms of what is the department looking to do in terms of ensuring that we have adequate resources, funding, and support for provinces to implement safe havens for victims of gender-based violence. And additionally, Chairperson, one of the issues that I've picked up, especially in my constituencies and in the community that I work with, persons with disabilities, is that majority of these safe havens or victim empowerment centers do not accommodate persons with disabilities because they have noted that it is a risk, a safety and security risk for them to absorb or to house persons with disabilities. And one would want to find out whether this is something that perhaps the department is able to intervene on. So, and I do understand that this also it falls under the domain of social development. But we are finding more and more victims of gender-based violence who are persons with disabilities, who are not able to access majority of the services that are being provided, number one. Number two, we're finding that they remain in the environment where they are victimized and become more and more reliant and dependent on their perpetrators without any support. Additionally, what is the intervention that can be put in place in terms of sensitizing even our unions and workers, places of corporate and professionalism, where we are able to sensitize on what can be done as members of society to combat and address gender-based violence. But also, I think it needs to be highlighted as to what legislations and policy frameworks that we have that perhaps need to be amplified and perhaps re-looked at in terms of amendments to reinforce their ability and capability in terms of ensuring that we're able to protect the most vulnerable. And I think one of the critical questions that also was brought up by my fellow colleagues was on equity. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges that we're having, also taking into consideration that we do have other political parties who have challenged it. But it's to say that the Equity Act, what can be done? Who are the custodians of the Equity Act in terms of, we do understand it goes under the Department of Labor, but what is the ability or the proximity of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in ensuring that all departments are compliant? What are the timelines that are going to be set? But additionally, how can we ensure that also the private sector is coming forth? And perhaps what are some of the recommendations that the department would put forward in terms of ensuring that those who do not meet equity targets, there must be repercussions? And I think just also alluding on the procurement policies, how are we going to ensure that even the departments, because I think the work also starts at the level of departments, are meeting these procurement requirements that have been set out in order for us to really address the inequality that persists? And the reality, Chairperson, is that when a person is unable to be independent, unable to afford, unable to provide, they become dependent, and therefore increasing the vulnerability and also the increasing the vulnerability, but also increasing the probability of them facing forms of gender-based violence. The last part, Chairperson, I think we need to re-emphasize the protection of a boy child. This needs to come out also in the victim empowerment programs, the gender responsive budgeting, because that normally what we are finding is that we speak of it, but it does not find adequate expression in our intervention strategies to say, how do we ensure that the rights and the rights and the life of a boy child is being protected, not only for them to be a responsible citizen, but we must ensure that they do not fall part of the cycle of gender-based violence and systematic abuse. And also looking at how social media plays a critical role. And I think I said the last question. The question was on communications, Chairperson. The presentation spoke about efforts on effective communication and looking for partnership. I think it's important for the department and the different entities to communicate with the Department of Communications and Digital Technology, but also what is the role of GCIS? And I think we really need to interrogate that. What communications tools and models are available that the department can leverage off of instead of looking for external support or partnership. And I think this becomes the responsibility of all departments, where they should be able to provide relevant information, irrespective whether it's the Department of Basic Education, higher, whether it is health. They should have the ability to provide support to victims of gender-based violence, obviously aligned with their mandate as well. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, our whip. Now is the opportunity for Honorable Pulwane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by apologizing. I'm not sure whether I'm audible, Chair.
We can hear you.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. The disadvantage of speaking lastly, some of the questions I'm covered, but Chair, Let me welcome all the presentation and the remark from the Minister. As the Portfolio Committee and the Parliament, we are aware that we identify GBV as the priority because it's a pandemic. And it's true, Chair, that we need all of us, including the society. But thanks for the Progressive Portfolio Committee, Women, Youth with Disability, for coming with the plan and the pillars. But my question, Chair, is which department is going to implement the whole plan? I ask this question, Chair. During the presentation, it shows the involvement of other departments. I want to suggest that from the beginning, that the Department of Women, Youth and Disability be part of the implementation of the GBV program so that we will be able to monitor the progress and be able to report back to the Parliament. The other thing, Chair, thanks for the dashboard report. Indeed, it's a detail, especially the statistics from each and every municipality. Irene and your colleague, I'm not sure whether we have got this this presentation. If you don't have, please forward that us. And I want to check what about other provinces, because they only mention 2 provinces here when they present about this dashboard. That's my question. And Minister, I hear that we speak about the training. Please, if you can speed up the issue of training for members. But the issue of target achieved, Chair, I think this one is, believe me, this one is less. We still have more work to do. So my question is that the budget of the GBV is enough or it needs more budget to implement? So if there is a need for the budget to implement this so that we can speed up the target, I think I will lobby the committee to recommend the increase of the budget. Lastly, Chair, no, some of the things I'm covered, but the issue of awareness, Chair, I think it needs this committee to make sure that we have the program of the awareness, the community awareness, because most of the cases, they are withdrawal. So to make sure that they didn't withdraw the cases, let's make sure that we have the awareness, the community awareness. Most of the things I'm covered, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Polwane. The last 3 hands will be Honorable Adams, followed by Dr. Leklape, followed by Honorable Totetsi. Honorable Adams.
Thank you.
Honorable Adams, it doesn't sound like you've got a stable line. Can we come back to you?
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all the members of the Portfolio Committee, the staff, and the Minister. Chairperson, I firstly wanted to apologize if I repeat on questions already asked. My first question will be, what is being done to improve the quality of data? How are data threats identified by the department in its monitoring and evaluation used to enhance services to GBV victims? My second question, why are all national departments not being monitored? How does the department decide which departments it will monitor within a given year? How is the 19 departments entities are below 70% compliance in terms of reporting on the NSP? What is being done to address that? What department or entity score 1% and why is that? Constitute the GBF Response Fund 1? What is the total cost of the grants allocation and to how many community-based organizations and over what period? What is the relations between the department and Koksta Minister to ensure for the planning and recreation of safe environment? My last one, Chair. The department has outlined an extensive list of plans and ongoing work for each pillar, as noted in slide 19 and 20. DWIPD and NSF plans 1 and plans 2. This is commendable. What is the time frame for implementation? Giving the department limited budget and human resources, how will it achieve all these items? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Dr. Leklape.
Thank you, Chair. Most of the things have been raised. The few things that I'll just concentrate on was just to commend that a lot of work is being done on economic empowerment, and I'm interested in the tool that has been devised to follow that. But I just want to ask specifically about prevention of gender-based violence. Are we looking into the causative factors? We all know that it's driven by cultural norms, religious norms, and corporate norms. Is there any program for changing those norms? Is there any targets that are being set in terms of what are the key norms that prejudice women? And would there be a timetable to effect those changes? I'm encouraged by the fact that people are meeting with religious leaders, but what's being discussed with religious leaders? What are they being told about? What is it that exposes women to harm? When we speak to traditional leaders and cultural leaders, are we dealing with the perceptions, beliefs, and cultural norms that disempower women? I would be the first to congratulate those that are Catholic on our appointment of the 267th Pope, a male Pope for the last 2,000 years. Women don't even participate in conclave. So for me, I'd like to see what is being done on prevention and what are the monitoring tools. What are the things that we feel need to be changed? How do we monitor that those changes are occurring? Second last, consequences for non-compliance, whether it's for departments, etc. If people have to fit certain norms or achieve certain targets, but there's no consequence for non-attainment, it becomes business as usual. So where is the consequence management? Does the department should be given powers to make sure that there's consequences and there's recourse? Lastly, Chair, is there any discussion about creating gender-based violence police? We all hear about when women go to report, more frequently they report to an ill-trained male that is well groomed in chauvinism. How do we hope this will change if we don't have dedicated GBV police that are properly trained in terms of how to treat women and how men should behave in an environment of human rights? Linked to that, there should be specific GBV courts. Because we've seen how defense lawyers do secondary victimization. Where is the space to talk about those issues? Where there's responsible representation of perpetrators, not secondary victimization of victims. Where does that debate take place? Those of us that are victims, after being victims from perpetrators, we then become victims of the system. Where can we go and how can that be addressed? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc. Can I ask if Honorable Totetsi wants to come in and ask some questions?
Yes, certainly, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to members in the platform as well as the representative of the department and the entire staff. Now, Chair, forgive me, but I would like to start on a very negative note. That, yesterday, Chair, it was the constituency day for MPs. And I'm deployed to a constituency in Rustenburg, wherein we had an outreach program yesterday intending to engage a cluster of Freedom Park community, which include Ward 24, Ward 38, and Ward 41, as well as Ward 12 of Rustenburg, on the community safety and crime prevention measures. We wanted to have a conversation with the community around that. And we were alerted, Chair, when we started the meeting that few blocks from where the meeting was taking place, there was a crime which happened there. And that crime involved a young lady called Ntabeleng Mahau, who was raped and murdered in that particular area where we were doing constituency work, where we had canvassed our intentions to come and deal with matters of crime prevention and community safety. Now, this happened immediately, shortly before the meeting. And the community there, in as much as it was heard, I would want to give you, Chair, a briefing that it was not necessarily acting surprised, suggesting that, when you are not surprised with a certain occurrence, it can only mean that we have gotten accustomed to or used to such occurrences happening, and so forth. So I just thought that I must bring that to the attention of the committee while we are dealing with the matters which we are dealing with today. Chair, let me welcome the presentation on a dashboard. I think that it's a comprehensive strategy. I want to start, Chair, by firstly saying, in as much as we think that is a comprehensive strategy, we are not getting a sense of what becomes a feasible strategy on the part of the department to ensure that it trains communities on how this dashboard operates and so forth. Now, the second thing, Chair, is that some time ago, the South African Human Sciences Research Council conducted a study on the gender-based violence and femicide. One of the things that they would have cited was a problem of insufficient funding to drive programs that will assist us to have an impactful outcome, as well as the poor coordination of government departments. I'm raising that, Chair, because I'm not getting a sense that in response to this question raised by the South African Human Sciences Research Council, we are currently at the point where even if we do not have funds with us, but we are able to project on what are the funds, or how much are the funds that are needed, so that we can be able to drive an impactful fight against GBV. And I think that those are some of the things which the committee, the department would have to preoccupy itself with, because to make or to decry the fact that funds are unavailable and you do not have at least a projected outlook of what is it that you think is sufficient, or is a decent funding to enable you to drive the fight against GBV, it also would be problematic, because it means that we will be then clutching on straws in our attempt to fight the scourge. But also the second aspect of which is raised by this study, Chair, has to do with the coordination of government departments. We know that everyone seems to be saying that they are sympathizing with the plight of women and so forth, but to which extent is the fight against GBVs coordinated? And this cuts across all spheres of government. I mean, does a municipality where it is sitting, informed by the strategy of fighting gender-based violence, understand that the installation of lights in the communities has also a certain level or a greater impact in reducing the scourge of gender-based violence, because people would be able to see each other at night, and it would reduce the risks. But do they understand it from that point of view, that attached to the need for us as an institution, being the municipality, to drive service delivery and in the main put in these features which would which are in any case my direct responsibility, is also part of responding to the fight against the scourge of gender-based violence. Because if they don't understand it in that context, Chair, it's clear that we will not be coordinated. There will be disintegration in our efforts to fight GBV, as it may. Now, Chair, number of issues which have been raised by other MPs would have covered me, and I think those are the only issues which I would have wanted to elevate to the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. I think before I hand back to the Honourable Minister, I wanted to ask the question. So Anissa from the National Shelter Movement says that there's an antagonistic relationship between NGOs and MPOs and government. And then she says trust and communication between NGOs and government is broken. And then I know, Honourable Minister, you are not the Minister of Social Development, but you are government. So I want to know, how do we fix this broken relationship? Because at the end of the day, the NSP will not be successful if stakeholders, civil society, NGOs, MPOs, and government work in tandem. So maybe just your thoughts on that. Then, honourable members have mentioned this, but it's the issue around the National Council on Gender-Based Violence, and we as a portfolio committee have got a responsibility to, of course, identify people from NGOs and MPOs to serve on this council, and we are in that process. But when we met you last, Minister, there was an indication that the President had given a commitment that the funds for this National Council on Gender-Based Violence will be made available. And so just what was the outcomes of the discussions between yourselves, the President and Treasury in this regard? The presentation also made a lot of focus, or put a lot of focus, on the rapid response teams, and those are good interventions. But how do we ensure that they are fully capacitated and funded? And I'm asking because we met a rapid response team in Umlazi, and they were volunteers. They had received no funding from provincial government or national government. Then with regard to the NSP and independent bodies and Chapter 9 institutions, what is your impression of how effective the CGE is in playing its part in the fight against gender-based violence and delivering on its mandate? If I can get an impression from the Minister or the Department in this regard. Then with regard to slide 36, and the National Shelter Movement mentioned it, she also mentioned that the Public Protector reported that we need more shelters. But more than us just saying we need more shelters, what are the actual numbers? Have we done a study to assess how many more shelters are needed and how we will close the gap in terms of delivering on more shelters? And then Dr. Leklape asked this, but I think it's tied to political will and also consequence management. So there are 7 departments that are only reaching 1 to 29% of its targets in terms of the NSP, 2 departments reaching 30 to 49%, and 10 departments reaching 50 to 69%. Now, the NSP runs to 2028, if I'm correct. So what are the consequences that we're putting in place in terms of departments that are not playing their role in terms of doing what is expected of them, the bare basics, the bare minimum? If you can just give me an indication in that regard. And then also, I want to know, it's quite interesting. We always talk about the, meeting targets versus the reality of what we see on the ground. But again, now, you look at 2 departments, they reaching almost 80% of their targets, and that's DSD and Department of Basic Education. But we've got social workers sitting at home needed in the fight against gender-based violence. And we've also got teachers that are not vetted by the Department of Education. So for me, what are the interventions to see that those basic things are done? I know you play an oversight role and responsibility, but how do we put more pressure on some of these departments to do the bare basics, the bare minimums? So maybe just those are some of my questions, but I've been fully covered by my colleagues. Thank you. Over to you, back to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister had also indicated that she has a meeting. I think she's meeting with the unions about that case of discrimination against women who work at the mine. Chairperson, first of all, I just want... Yes?
I'm still available, PG. I was going to say...
you're back? Okay, I thought maybe you were not there. I checked earlier on. Thanks, Minister.
No, I'm still here. Thank you very much, DG. Chairperson, I will allow the DG and officials to respond and our stakeholders, and then I'll come last.
Thank you, Minister. My apology. Earlier on, I checked. Maybe I missed you. My apology. Maybe let me leave this one. Minister will be the one that will respond to that in terms of sanctions against other departments. There's no department in South Africa that takes sanctions against other departments. So in terms of compliance, whatever we report, we expose them, we presented the DG clusters that these departments are complying, these departments are not complying, and all those things. But I think that is as far as we can go. I would like to start by responding to the issue of the shelters in terms of how many shelters do we have, which areas do not have the shelters. In South Africa, we have 144 shelters, all funded by social development, even though, as it was said, that are partly funded, some of them, but social development funds them. There are 5 districts that do not have the shelters. It's KZN, Zululand, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, Northwest. Limpopo has 3 districts, it's Bembe, Waterberg, and Sikukune. With regard to this, as a department, we met with the Gender-Based Violence Private Sector Fund they are looking into funding the establishment of the shelters in those areas. And the chairperson has already responded to the issue of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence, that the process is in Parliament for Parliament to advertise for the private sector aspect, and then government will then receive the names from the departments of those that are part of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. And the minister did write to the National Treasury requesting for funding. The National Treasury is working with the department in order to list the National Council as what do they call it? A Schedule 3 institution. The chairperson spoke to the preferential procurement in terms of what we are doing in terms of preferential procurement. The National Treasury has passed the legislation, or government has passed legislation. They're busy with the regulations. In terms of the regulations, the Minister of Finance has to develop the regulations in consultation with the Minister for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to ensure preferential procurement to women. And then I'm just looking at the questions. Wekona, I'm not going to respond now to Wekona because Wekona was not presented. We were informed that Wekona will be presented at the next meeting. My colleagues are here. They will respond. For example, Nomgcibelo and Alreen will respond to the questions that were linked to 100 Days Challenge. And then Shoki and Esther will present on the issues of sexual offences courts, because there are sexual offences courts and the domestic violence courts, which are specialized courts. They will indicate even the numbers. And then also on the issues of reduced sexual offences backlog, it's in those courts, in those areas that we're focusing on 100 Days Challenge. And then the Shoki, I'll give to Shoki and Esther first, and I'll give to others to talk about the DNA backlog and the other questions that they have listed. And then I'll give also to Alreen and Nomgcibelo. Shoki and Esther.
Thank you, TG. The issue that relates to, let me just check my notes again. There was a question around rapid response teams and whether they are being funded or not. Indeed, because this is a structure where people volunteer and take charge in owning the NSP and implementing, it started as such, but as it unfolded, we then realized that it does have financial implications. And some of those financial implications, they're not that big because most of the people are either in organizations or they are volunteers, but working. Like it was said earlier on, someone may be a teacher and volunteering to be there, or a social worker and all of that. But they would be cost like either transporting the person to the nearest point of referral or calling the next person for intervention within the referral pathway. And we then started engaging Department of Social Development to say how best can they assist. We're noting that they are thinly stretched and there is limited budget for a number of these programs. We then went ahead and initiated conversations with the private sector fund. It's still early days. We are still negotiating with them so that we then find a way of even formalizing these structures from a point of how best will they receive whatever financial support. Is it going to be channeled through the Office of the Premier to make it easy, because they all belong to different organizations, but they are there for a common goal and a common objective. So discussions are underway in this regard. The issue of dedicated GBV police, we take it as a comment, and we will then play that advocacy role in persuading our sister department, which is SAPS, in this regard, and see whether are they heeding the call. Esther will respond to the issue of the sexual offences register, but I do know that there is work underway in this regard from the Department of Justice. The next one would be, check, the focus on, okay, we have 66 Tutuzela care centers. They are fully operational, and I will provide the names of those in Mpumalanga. They are in Emalaheni, we have one in Emelo, in Ivenda, in Kapogweni, Nelspruit, and Tonga. What we can do is just to provide a write-up to the department, to the portfolio committee, with even addresses and probably contact names, so that the honorable member can have easy access to these organizations. I'm going to ask Esther to step in as I check what is it that DG responded to and what is it that is still outstanding, and then I will handle it after Madam Esther. May Esther come in? Chairperson, I'm not sure whether Madam Esther can be heard, but I can't hear her from my side.
Sorry, I can't hear anything. We can hear you now.
Esther, meanwhile, maybe you are waiting for Esther to organize herself.
I am, DG.
Oh,
Sorry,
now we can hear you. We couldn't hear you at all. Okay,
Oh, sorry. I again accidentally muted myself as I was speaking. Again, with regard to the sexual offences courts, on the last count and the recent report we got from Department of Justice, we've got about 79 sexual offences courts. 17 are upgraded, but pending ascension to bill. Because they also have to be legalized as the courts. So they have been upgraded because this is ongoing work from the Department of Justice. There was also a question on the sexual offences register. The information we have, recent information we have from Department of Justice, is that they are working on this. They are currently seeking a legal opinion on this sexual offences register before they could publish it. So that's where they are. I think it's taking quite a while with seeking this, but I think it's something that is a bit sensitive that the department is working on. That's the report we got from the, but it's really, it is in their radar, and they continue to work on this with government lawyers. There was also a question on what is discussed with religious leaders. As I said, similar to the NGBV collective, I've already mentioned that with the limited capacity we have as a department to monitor, advocate, and coordinate the work, we also work with other key stakeholders because we recognize that we can't implement the NSP on our own. So similar to NDB collective, there was an establishment of the faith-based collective. This is a collective of various religious organizations, similar to NGBV collective. It meets regularly. Recently, I think it's late in 2024, they developed their own strategy strategic document, prevention document that they are currently rolling out. You will notice that with the current Omotoso case, they also issued out a statement condemning how the case was handled. So we also work collectively because we understand our limitations, but we keep track of what our stakeholders are doing and also working with them on these matters. Then there's our TCC is fully operational. I think DDG Shoki also touched on it to say she'll give the list. But I must admit, there are those that function effectively, but there are those that, yes, though they're designated as TCCs, they don't operate effectively and efficiently as they are designed because of limitations of capacity. An example is because they are located in health facilities, you'll find that there's a TCC in a health facility. Remember that TCCs needs to be resourced with multidisciplinary teams, social workers, doctors, police, because they're linked to a police station. They're also linked to a court in that area. So you'll find that the team is not fully constituted to be able to deal with the cases effectively. So those issues remain a challenge. Also, if you look at especially the health sector, often we are told, you know, there's limitations in terms of provision of forensic nurses, for instance, to serve in a particular TCC. But we know that NPA is working very hard and they are now have partnered with the private sector to actually assist. In some instances, the private sector actually fund establishment of new TCCs. So it's work in progress in that regard. Yeah, I think I've touched on how is the dashboard going to be resourced. We continue to work with the team, Nomkebelo, and to see really on how we sustain this dashboard. Because we know the Ford Foundation can fund this dashboard forever. So we are looking at alternatives. We have not yet made headway, but the intention is to make sure that this good work doesn't fall through the cracks. I think questions around compliance have been responded to. I don't want to labor the point. And the one on consequence management also has been responded to. Yes, there was an issue about us having presented a plan with time frames. The NSP remains our founding document, and the targets, and that's what we are monitoring, and that's what tells us what is it that needs to be implemented. And when we have for instance, also a prevention strategy with targets and clear timelines and on who should be leading what. Yeah, so indeed, these plans are tracked and they have time frames. The challenge is really ensuring that departments implement and do what they're expected to do at the particular time that they are given. So I hope I've covered most of the questions and comments, DG.
DG?
Oh, okay. The other one maybe I need to just talk to is what are we doing to sensitize private sector and labor? We continue to engage with private sector. There are a number of, in fact, there's a lot of work done by the private sector with regard to implementation of the NSP. And we work together with them. They often invite us to their own events that they've set up, including labor. We also work not only with labor, with SETA. The many occasions where we went to present the NSP and outlined clearly what is it that is expected from labor. We also work with them through Pillar 5 of the NSP, the NGBV collective, because there's a committee established specifically on Pillar 5 to actually drive domestication of the C190, Convention 190, which is about gender-based violence and sexual harassment in the world of work. So those are the things that we didn't have the opportunity to really drill down and share. So basically, there are things that we are doing as a department specifically within our mandate, but most of the work we also work together with others to actually roll out the NSP. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Shoki, you wanted to say something?
Just last point again, there was a question around how much has been raised by the GBVF fund and all. Chairperson, I would propose that we share the website of GBVF Fund 1, which is gbvfresponsefund1.org. It gives an account of all their annual reports, what they have spent, what they've received, how they've dispersed the money, what they've spent, their assets and all. It is there under gbvfresponsefund1.org. Since they started up until now, the latest annual report is provided on that website. On the issue of environmental design, crime prevention through environmental design, some of the initiatives were conducted through the 100 Days Challenge, through the rapid response teams. Then for one example is the one in KZN, where they would identify hotspots and they will mobilize communities, go and clean, remove whatever, cut grass and all of those things, and make sure that those areas that are no-go zones, unsafe zones, become friendly zones that they can use, or they develop parks and all of those things. However, at a strategic level, we've started engaging COGTA, as we are now developing this action plan as a response to the HSRC report that crime prevention through environmental design is a strategic intent, and therefore they should adopt that approach. And there is an agreement. We are working hard with them to see how best we can start. Is it across all municipalities at once, or are they going to target certain municipalities that are within the hotspots areas as defined by SAPS statistics, and we take it from there? But it is on the radar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shoki. And Chairperson, the RRTs as a department, we will not be able to fund them. So what we've done, I had a meeting with the DG of COGTA requesting them to take over the RRTs because they have to be in every municipality. The department is not in all the municipalities. So there was an agreement, as Shoki, the DG Shoki has indicated. They understand. Unfortunately, there's someone who retired at DCOG who was working hand in hand with our department in order to ensure that they integrate the RRTs in their program. So I'm not sure what is happening. But also to talk about prevention, we can build the TCCs and do all those things. If we don't prevent gender-based violence from home, we are wasting our time. So as a department, what we have, it's social development's mandate, a strengthening of the family structure. However, as a department, because we've realized that we have an interest to end gender-based violence, we did a concept document, approached the JSE to fund us for that, for the program. However, we were not successful. So what we've done, we've approached the private sector fund. They've agreed to work with us to pilot where we can work with schools, so that we appoint few social workers who will work with the school and identify those children who they can identify that maybe they're problematic, they're not doing well at school and whatever, and then be able to work not only with the children but with the family to see what's happening. it's a program that needs to be funded. And I think that program would be billions if we're going to get prevention right. But we thought maybe let's start so that once we have piloted, the rightful department must take over. But also, there is a challenge in government that sometimes when as a department we implement certain programs, those departments complain that there's mandate overreach and all those things. But prevention, we are involved in implementing that. So I'm not sure if, okay, I will give Nomgcibelo and Alreen to respond. Any question that we have not responded to, we will respond in writing. And then from then, yeah, I'll hand over to the minister. Alreen and Nomgcibelo, on 100 days challenge, there were questions about why 2 provinces, it's still at the pilot age, and other questions if you've written them down. Thank you.
Yes, I have. Okay. I think the first one was really about systemic changes or the institutionalization of the NSP and the work that the 100 Days Challenges is doing. And I must say that we're beginning to see a glimpse of that in the Limpopo courts. Like I mentioned, they're beginning to make this part of their DNA so that they continuously produce these results, and also in drug and stain. But I must also say that from our side, we facilitate and encourage that to happen. It has to be taken up by the leaders and intentionally incorporated in the processes. Even through our NGO, Impact Africa, we do support departments to sort of ensure that they institutionalize. We're not where it's supposed to be, but our support is more encouraging and all that. We cannot enforce, and I like the fact that we have this opportunity to present here, so that maybe the committee can see some of these things and find a way to see how departments can be supported to start institutionalizing these kinds of ways, and so that the results that we achieve in 100 days, we continue to sustain them, because that's definitely possible, and we've seen it happening in some of the areas. And I think the other question was really about the tender that is awarded in Capricorn. So basically, just to give an idea what the municipality aimed in the 100 days, we didn't take the whole idea of the municipality. Within 100 days, the team had a goal to actually increase the number of women that are getting tenders. In actual fact, they wanted to increase it by 75%. And in the end, they wanted to increase, I think, by 69. And in the end, they managed to increase by 75%, meaning that out of the 52 tenders that were awarded within that 100 days, 39 of them went to women. And those are the women that they took from the streets and trained, that were doing their own trade, you know, struggling, like this woman that I was mentioning. And they are now going further to say, how do we intensify our training to ensure that they consistently become businesswomen and they get more tenders? They even introduce them in businesses which are not conventionally the kinds of business that women would do. So those are the recommendations that have been given to the municipality, and the municipality is trying to actually work on those. And I think on the dashboard, Irene, can I hand over to you to respond?
I'm happy, Nomki. So there was a question on the coverage. We currently actually cover all municipalities. The only gap is at this stage, and that's covering them for the building blocks we have actually started with. The only gap is the Free State, because they didn't originally have a GBF monitor that's appointed by the department via funders, but they are trying to catch up. So currently it covers everyone, but as we said, the Free State is catching up, and then we have 4 things currently running. We're already working with we're already busy with these the Premier's Office data monitors and analysts to expand the building blocks. to move into a next phase. We're actually partnering with GBF Fund 1 because they are tracking deliverables by civil society organizations, and they said instead of developing a new dashboard, they would love to partner. So we're already working with them. We are also adding the 100-day challenge team so that everybody can have a look what is happening all over the country, because as Nomki said, we are aiming there will be more than 200 local 100-day teams this year. And then ultimately, this is part of the Pillar 6 bigger warehouse program. And we also via ISH are working on building that transition plan, because same as with the 100-day challenge, we want to train enough people that we can disappear. So on the dashboard, we're really trying to transition that DPME, Department of Women, that it collectively can belong probably eventually to the GBVF. No, you help me, Nomki, now. The name is out of my head. The council.
Council.
Yeah. One other question was about, do we need training on this? You don't need training. Of course, it's not so intuitive, but the idea is that you go in, there is a how this work button, but the idea is that people play around and discover it that way. I really don't think training is necessary. We will, as time progresses, also create little videos that people can watch, like a 2 or 3 minute video, just to show them how to click around. And then there was one question that I think is very important around the, do people understand the NSP? We have been quite shocked. I don't think there's a lack of training, but when we are doing training with these the 100-day challenge people, we start with the NSP. And then we help them, how do I translate the strategy into a local impact area that we can spark in 100 days? And we are really surprised that it's really difficult for people. I mean, they know about the pillars, but they don't really have a deep understanding. And our feeling is, till you help people localize, we all have good intent. We all know the strategy. But how to translate strategy into local impact is not easy. Otherwise, we would have seen much more of that. So our hope is that by doing this training, and it's not just training and you're gone, it's a 20-week program where they learn and then they do, and then they learn and they do. So while you're learning, you're actually implementing also. So we're hoping to have a person trained in every municipality, in every court, in every TVET, in every hospital, and, so that they can continue this journey of how to translate strategy into impact. And maybe, I don't know if I must ask the minister or the portfolio committee, I mean, why don't we put this into the School of Governance, that we maybe run it through that? I think the past 3 years has shown the dramatic impact that's possible. And to add on resources, we do provide a buffer fund for municipalities who, for instance, don't have money to implement 100 days. But we had only 2 municipalities last year that asked for money, and they needed 25,000 rand for their team. So clearly, these teams are able to unleash the money that's already there for awareness, so it just needs to be activated. And I really want to say that I think we've proven that you can activate the strategy at local level using this approach. And we want to train as many people as possible so we can disappear and they can take over. That's our ultimate aim, to make it sustainable and institutionalized. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. van der Walt.
Thank you, Chair. If I can hand over to the minister.
Thank you, DG. We hand back to you, Honourable Minister, for your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me also thank all the honorable members, first for listening and for asking questions that and have interest in the subject before all of us. Because indeed, when you speak gender-based violence, it's not something that would want to have. As a matter of fact, if it was possible, we're not going to have something like that in our country. However, generally, crime in South Africa is violent. People break into people's houses when they are in their houses. They shoot and kill them and take few things and run away. But they've left somebody dead or raped or something like that. So we have that problem of crime that is violent. And therefore, this gender-based violence is linked to that. And that is why when it comes to our national strategic plan, we have these pillars that bring on board first the prevention, as it has been emphasized, but also intervention in cases where crime has happened so that people get arrested. I just want to respond to a few questions that were asked, like to say, why have the department failed to list the NSG BVF? We've not failed. We are doing it right now in terms of, and we were doing that together with the National Treasury, and we're hoping that it will be finalized. So we've not failed. We're doing it right now. And whether we have taken steps to force National Treasury regarding the issue of 30%, Public Procurement Act was signed into law, but indeed it has not been proclaimed as yet. So it has not come into force. But as it has been indicated, we are busy with the drafting of the regulations. And as soon as those they are ready, then of course the National Treasury will write to President so that the act can now be proclaimed and therefore can come into force. However, we do monitor, because now the act is there, even if it has not come into force, we're expecting that departments should start complying and indicating interest. And indeed, if you look at our medium-term development plan, many departments have actually put in their strat plans gender-based responsive programs, and that is very interesting, particularly if you look at the plan itself, a development plan itself. And why is the National Council on Gender-Based Violence is not performing? Because it's not there as yet. And I think the chairperson indicated that the process is in Parliament. What we have done on our side is to write to all departments in terms of the act of people who are going to serve. So we actually probably were left with only one department or two that have not given us names. And the act is prescribing that those people must be at DDG level, which sometimes, yes, but sometimes it doesn't help. However, we're complying with the legislation. And the process of appointing people from private and civil society indeed is before the portfolio committee. And the chairperson asked as to whether we are going ahead with the issue of getting money for that. The DG, I think, responded. We're engaging National Treasury on the matter, including the president, who said he will want us to meet. For now, that meeting has not happened because of the busy schedule of the president, but the process is going ahead in that one. I'm happy to hear that members of the portfolio committee are engaging traditional and religious leaders with regards to gender-based violence and femicide, particularly Honorable Kanyele, who said so. We more than willing that everyone, even with these presentations that we made, they are information that we can all use when we engage the leaders, traditional leaders and religious leaders, because every Sunday, for instance, in South Africa, there will be people going to churches. Every Thursday, there will be women attending Umanyano, etc., etc. And if the message can be sent, that will actually spread the gospel of no gender-based violence against women. And we therefore are happy about that. And she indicated that there were letters that she wrote to ourselves. I've not received them, Honorable Member. I will be very happy if you can resend them to ourselves. One time I gave the number of somebody, and everyone was sending messages to her. I will send, in fact, I think the secretary of the committee does have my number. If you can't, you can even send those letters direct to myself so that we can attend to those letters. For now, I did not receive. In fact, when you're saying it, I checked whether we have received. We seem that we have received the letters, because even if maybe the matter may not be within our mandate, but we can always respond and probably direct the letter to where we can find information. So we haven't. Honorable Chawuka raised the issue, an important issue regarding the boy child that must not be left out. Indeed, in our approach, Chairperson, we are also taking care of the boy child. We're part of the committee that is led by the Minister of Culture. And recently, we were concerned about the issue of initiation, that is traditional circumcision, and the statistics that are indicating that many boys die during that time. And we made our own contributions as a department to say this is what we think should happen. As a matter of fact, whether it is traditional or circumcision is done at a hospital setting, it's an operation that normally will require a consent. And we believe that even for this initiation, there must be a consent. Initiation is preceded by an assessment of a person, in fact, not operation, an assessment of a person who is undergo operation. And most often than not, it has been discovered that many of these boys go to mountain for this traditional circumcision when their conditions are not fit to face even that a minor operation. Many of them might even have diabetes that is not diagnosed, and the healing doesn't happen. They end up with amputations, and some literally die out of complications of septic operations, etc., etc. So we're part of that to say this has to change, and the issue that goes with that, which they refer to, they call it amafuta or something like that. That is, you test your manhood after that, which actually is endorsing rape. After this traditional initiation. So we are directly involved, one, in ensuring that boys, young boys who undergo that process, they are fit for operation. And our own view is that there are doctors who themselves have undergone this process. They should be the ones that are actually performing that circumcision. And because they've been there, they therefore cannot be excluded on the basis that they've not been a part of that. So that is a matter that we're taking part on in this case. But of course, the socialization that you're talking about, that will include the issue of parenting. We are involved in that, and we're happy with the question because it actually gives us that other point probably that we didn't emphasize on the boy child, whilst even the girl child is very important. And the question also from, I think, Honorable Bowen was that which department will implement the whole plan? As a matter of fact, if there is one document that belongs to all South Africans, whether you're a member of parliament, it was adopted and debated in parliament. I think it must have been the 6th or the 5th parliament. It was debated and adopted by parliament. It was adopted by cabinet. It was approved and adopted by civil society, by academia, by all South Africans. So it's a document that belongs to all. However, as a department, we have a responsibility in terms of Pillar 1 to ensure coordination. Because if it was just going to be for all and no one takes the responsibility of ensuring that it gets implemented and people are held accountable as in terms of Pillar 1 and provide leadership in it, then it would not happen. So yes, indeed, it's for all South Africans, whether you're a member of parliament, it's the document that we can use. However, we then coordinate the work that goes into that one. And I think Dr. Ditlape also asked the question at the causes of this, including cultural practices and how are we monitoring. And I think I've covered that indeed we are meeting with traditional leaders wherever they meet. The COCTA is leading the Forum for Kings. We were there to address them, but also a forum, like I've said, Queen's Forum. We are working with them because they are women. Among the things that we've put on top of the agenda is this one of gender-based violence and femicide, but of course, Pillar 5, which is in common economic empowerment, looking at the very fact that they're coming from rural areas, and many women in rural areas are abused and they remain in those abusive relationships because they don't have resources, and the abuser is the breadwinner and they are forced to remain in those abusive relationships. And that is why we think working with the queens, with women who are kings themselves or queens themselves or married to kings, will help us to deal with this issue. So yes, indeed, and looking at those cultural practices that are actually enforcing gender-based violence, working together with the queens, and I think I've referred to even the cultural, that is the traditional circumcision or initiation, but others as well. Look, Tuala, it's still there in some areas, but I think we are getting away. In fact, we are removing it, etc., etc. Like this thing, a footer, which I will learn about it later. We think that definitely does require our kings, our chiefs, our izindunas to stop that practice, because it actually encourages rape post-initiation. Whether police are trained, I think that the DG answered this question. There's training. Even just last month, there was an international conference for women judges. Among the topics that were discussed at length was the issue of gender-based violence and how justice is dealing with those issues. And the training has taken place and it continues to take place. And I think one of our stakeholders who are with us here indicated that it cannot be a once-off event because it's not an event. So training happens continuously, but indeed it is happening. The last question, which I probably want to respond to, was asked by the chairperson on my impression on the performance of the CGE, and maybe to indicate that chairperson, the CGE is a Chapter 9 institution that accounts to the National Assembly in terms of the Constitution, and I think the portfolio committee is in a better position to know as to whether they are doing their work or not. However, from my side and from a distance, because they don't account to ourselves, I think they are doing their work within the limited resources that they have, whether you speak financial resources, you speak human resources. They've commissioned quite a number of useful researches that we are using as a department, but also are able to go to them to request them to conduct a research on a particular topic of interest to us and to share information with ourselves. Where we have been, where there have been issues of gender-based violence, when we were in Matatiel for the... You remember the matter when we were there, they were also there, part of us, without us inviting them. They were part of us. So they are on the ground, of course, within the limited resources that they have. Chairperson, I think those are the questions that probably were not responded to by the department, or to which I wanted to add information. We then now have an IMC appointed by the president. Letters were sent to all members. And we think that it is also going to assist us in ensuring coordination and collaboration. What we are happy about, Chairperson, is that today we are before the portfolio committee and we are given all of the time to really share with the portfolio committee the work that we are doing, not only at national level, but also on the ground. The rapid response teams, they are on the ground. The data capturers, they are on the ground. And the private sector that is here with us, making presentations, inviting us to launch the 100 days, etc., working together with us, they are also on the ground. It would not be common that we'll sit as government together with the private sector or the civil society making a presentation of the work that we are doing on the ground. And for me, this actually is something to be appreciated, and we really appreciate the opportunity and the fact that we're able to provide everyone here the opportunity. We could have invited even the academia, because we're also working with them in the implementation of the pillars, particularly the pillar 6 on research, on everything on pillar 6. So it's quite a lot that is happening on the ground. Whether we are there where we want to be, definitely we're not, but we're moving towards, I think, the right direction. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I think we really do value your time this morning, and we want to thank you and the DM. Thank you to the DG. Thank you to all the presenters. I think we spent quality time together this morning on a very important topic. Or something that is very close to this portfolio committee's heart. We are planning, hopefully, if we get approval from Parliament, for 3 days of hearings during the 16 days of activism campaign later in the year. So hopefully then we can get the academia and all the other stakeholders that you have mentioned, so that we can further probe the NSP, our shortcomings, challenges and opportunities. Minister, I really hope the IMC will look at issues such as, it was a cabinet resolution of 2018 to ensure that all social workers trained by the state that are sitting at home is absorbed in various departments. And they are critical in our fight against gender-based violence. So I hope some of these issues are not just parked, but that the IMC will look at some of these issues, that the vetting of teachers, the fact that we've only vetted 19% of teachers that are teaching at public schools, the issues around relationships between government and our NGOs and NPOs. But that having been said, I also want to thank Honourable Totetsi for raising the issue of Ntabileng Mao. I think it again underscores that there's a violent war waging in our communities against our women and children, and more must be done by us as leaders, by our department, lawmakers, and all of society. But really, I would like to thank everyone for participating this morning. Thank you also to the National Shelter Movement for sharing with us your experiences. Honourable members, we will continue the work and playing our part in the fight against gender-based violence. We will convene next week again to engage with stakeholders as we prepare ourselves for our workshop on the 27th. I did hear from Ms. van der Walt that we don't need training on the dashboard, but maybe we will utilize our workshop just to get a little bit more information on that dashboard so that we can use it effectively, because I do think it is an important tool for us. Honourable members, I just wanted to also say to you that last week we had a bit of an extraordinary sitting, and you tasked me to go and get a legal opinion on that matter that we dealt with. We have not received the legal opinion back because, in fact, Dr. Tembe was not the right person to give us the legal opinion. But I want to inform you that a press statement has just been issued, and the person in question that was insulted has issued a statement to say that she has received an apology from the podcaster through his legal team. So I think that closes our intervention as a portfolio committee at this stage. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of our meeting at this stage. I'm going to defer the minutes to our workshop. Again, thank you for your robust discussions this morning, and our meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, honourable members. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, our department.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. You must now rush to the house, please.
Bye.
Bye.